Hey, cutie pies! Welcome in and welcome back. I have missed you so much. Welcome. How's everybody doing? Thank you so much for coming in and giving me pals! Thank you for the pal attack, awesome Aussie. Oh, and cutie cat. I swear I almost got some. And cutie cat! Oh man, I was so close on catching those ones. Thank you for the pal hat. There it is. And the pal attack, Magnificent Monstera. Thank you so much. Wait. Oh yes. Oh my God, look, they're piling up. Oh my God, I'm just gonna say right here. Oh my God, that's 10,000. That's a new record. Hi, sweethearts. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the pal attack as well, Cutie King, Magnificent Monstera again. Oh, fun. welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you. And thank you for the power tech as well. How are you doing, Fabulous Fong? It's a pleasure to see you. Let me scroll up and say hi to everyone real quick. How's everybody been? How's everybody been? I hope you've all been incredibly well, as is deserved for my precious pals. Awesome, Ozzy. Welcome in, sweetheart. Thank you for coming in even before stream started, even though you are sick. This does not compute. Someone should be sleeping. And I believe that his name starts with a G. Gaza. Go to sleep, sweetheart. I hope you're feeling better though. Cutie Cyber, welcome in. How are you doing? How was your day at the zoo yesterday? I hope it was awesome. Also, Ozzy Uppies. Yee! Good, Ozzy. Sweetest Strat, welcome in. How are you doing? It's a pleasure to see you, sweetie. Welcome, welcome. Precious Pelry, how are you, sweetie pie? Thank you so much for contributing to the community game night challenge. I appreciate it. Sweetest Strata, hi, how are you doing? Please don't steal my heart. Oh, wait, you already did. Oh, ooh. Thank you so much, sweet Shredder. I appreciate it. I promise to take the best care of your hearts. Here's your hearts. Sweetest Store Jeffrey, welcome in. How you doing? Lovely Lawbit. It's good to see you, honey. Can't stay long. You got work in the morning. That is a-okay, sweetie. Thank you for coming in just to say hi. It always means the world. I appreciate you. Magnificent Monstera, how are you doing? Cutie Pie, good main to you. How are things going? Excellent, Eugene. Finally here early. You are here early. Oh my gosh, before I even came in. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? And Sweetest Cyber. Oh, shit! Thank you so much for the 7-stream streak. I super appreciate it. Thank you, lovely. How are you doing, Cutie Cyber? Thank you for your dedication and support for the 7th stream. Aussie! Thank you so much for the biddies. Thank you, lovely. Oh, piece of candy. Just wanted to make sure I see you and hear your voice before I try and rid this headache further. The ice pack is helping. I am very happy to hear that the ice pack is helping. That is a positive. But I appreciate that perhaps my voice and my face can help you feel a bit better. Thank you so much for coming in. Thank you for the biddies. Let's see. Cutie King. Hi there, sweetheart. Welcome in. How you doing? My day is good. My day is good. And Cutie Cat, how are you? It's good to see you. Radical Radish, how are you doing, sweetheart? And Radical Rat, hey, dipping in real quick. Gotta go get the pup taken care of. Absolutely, and they'll be back for the rest of the evening. Yes. Can't wait to have you back, Radical Red. Have a good time with the Puppadoo. Tell the Puppadoo we say hi. Thank you so much for dropping in to say hi. Before you have to lurk, and thank you for the lurk. Cutie Kappa! How are you? Welcome in, Cutie Pie. Firemind! Hi there, fabulous Firemind. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Let's see. Electro. Hi there, excellent Electro. Welcome in. How are you doing? Pleasure to see you. Incredible Iridius. Hi there. Welcome in. How are you doing? Let's see. Sweetest Solar. Hi, lovely Solar. It's a pleasure to see you. Welcome on in. How are you doing? Fong. How are you, fabulous Fong? Pleasure to see you as well. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. Cyber, hi, how are you? Thank you guys again for the pal attacks. I really appreciate it. And Cutie Kappa, thank you so much for the 25 stream streak. That's amazing. Thank you so very much for the support. Thank you for their dedication. That's incredible. 25 streams? Damn. Thank you. Doing well-ish. So eepy. I dippy in a bit. Oh, all good, sweetest Strat. Yes, you go get some sleep. It sounds like you need it. Did you not sleep at all last night? That sounds pretty in line with your typical behavior recently. It's time for you to sleep. Go sleep. Hi, Magnificent Monstera, and I'm glad that you're doing well, fabulous Fong. Hi, sweetheart muted. Welcome, welcome. I saw Tao's fellow Thylacine at the zoo. Let's go. There's unfortunately not any of them that are currently breathing, but I'm glad we have statues. I really liked Cyber. I really liked the picture of Ren next to the Thylacine. That was very fun. Let's see. Scrolly scroll. Hi, oh boy. All right. Thank you, Skellington. That was, for those of you who were just listening and not reading, that's how Skellington is saying my name today. How are you doing, sweetest Skellington? It's great to see you. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. I'm doing great, Sweet Town. Yeah, hello. Yeah, hello, cutie cat. Yeah, hello. I'm so glad you're doing well. Monstera is dealing with some sad rain clouds, trying to rest and drink a lot of hot Milo. Oh, sweetheart, I'm really sorry that the rain clouds are dumping down on you, but enjoy that Milo, and we will help warm up your surroundings, give you a little bit of sun in the rainy day. Hi there, lovely lady. How are you? Oh, it's good to see you. Thank you for the care package. Oh, Firemine, thank you so much for the care package. Thank you. Thank you so much. Howdy all except myself. I gotta stop talking to myself, and a hello me is how is starts. Hi, ADD. Good to see you. Firemind, watching a pupper who behaves like Taz. Do you have a pupper who behaves like me? A hyper puppa do? Is it an Australian shepherd? Welcome in, by the way, Firemind. I didn't want to acknowledge you too much since you put the do not acknowledge me cozy token, which, by the way, for those of you who like to lurk, we have implemented a do not acknowledge me cozy token. For those of you who have not seen these things before, with Twitch cracking down on lurkers not counting, people who don't interact with the stream not counting, my first priority is and always will be for you guys to be comfortable. And if you are truly uncomfortable with making your presence known at all, you do not have to do this. But it does help the stream if you just interact by doing I have the do not acknowledge me cozy token. If you redeem that, nobody in stream is going to say anything. And if they do, I'll time them out. It's a rule that if it says do not acknowledge me, please do not acknowledge the people, okay? And I will not acknowledge them. So if someone comes in and I know them and I haven't seen them for ages, I'll just be like, blah, 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 just keep on going, okay? And that way no one ever feels like they have to stick around if they want to support the stream, and you have to actually engage with it and stuff. You don't have to do that. If you just do the do not acknowledge me every, couple of hours or something like that, I think it counts. So we're just testing that. We're gonna see if that does anything. And yeah, but yeah, welcome in. It's such a pleasure to meet you, fabulous Firemind. And English Springer. They're so cute. I love English Springers. How old is your puppy? Hi, beautiful Bubbin. It's great to see you. Amazing Apparition. How are you doing? It's great to see you as well. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. Soon I'll be too incoherent to read. That's a distinct possibility, but you know what? I'm always gonna try. I will always try. But yes, I'm doing well, beautiful Bubbin. Thank you so much for asking. Just taking a break from drawing. Might get a slight... Oh, you got a slight headache, lovely lady. Have you been drawing too intensely? That used to happen to me. When I would spend 12 hours a day drawing, I was like, ugh. As soon as I saw the sign for the Thylacine, I immediately beelined to it. I knew I needed a photo of it. Ah, thank you so much, Cutie Cyber. I appreciate that. I love the photo. It's so good. Also, Heto, hi. How are you, sweetheart? It's great to see you. And you're back now! Radical Rad, welcome back. I have a redeem called Lurking, but wanted to say hi. I just say thanks for lurking. Yeah, usually I do this, someone just comes in and puts exclamation point lurk, but there are some people who don't even want that level of acknowledgement, so I've just got this for 1 point. Hi there, Cian. How are you? I hope I'm saying your name right. Cian Luna, it's good to meet you, sweetheart. I am doing well. How are you doing? Welcome on in. Pleasure to meet ya. Guess who has 2 thumbs and has convinced a relative to smuggle over some Tim Tams in hundreds and thousands from Oz? Good job. That is a sneaky move. Also, I hope that your relative has a great time with you. I'm sure that they will. Twitch is on some nonsense with that. Some folks just want to be quieter and get socially anxious. Streamers are hurting when they're working hard with lurkers. Yeah, it sucks. And again, it will always be my priority that you guys are comfortable, so I'm not going to be annoyed if you don't use the do not acknowledge me. This is the first stream this has been live for, so if it doesn't work out or if you guys don't like it or whatever, then I'll just remove it. But yeah, I just figured that we would give it a shot because I've been seeing it go around, and yeah, hoping it'll work out. I don't recall how old he is, but he's way too high energy for moi. I'm more Bassett on energy levels. Well, Firemind, I sincerely hope that despite the fact that I have Springer Spaniel, wait, was it No, it wasn't Springer Spaniel. It was, hold on, wait for it. English Springer, that's it. English Springer levels of hyper. I hope that you will still enjoy witnessing the carnage Yeah, we'll go with the carnage. There's not a lot of carnage on this channel, but I'm gonna go with that. And hopefully, since you won't have to chase me around the house or deal with me chewing on your furniture, it won't be too bad.
Hello!
Hello! Let's see here. One second, I'm just gonna catch up with you, sweetie pies. Dearest Dim, hi Cutie Pie, how are you doing? Hope you know your stream goes great with hot chocolate and fuzzy blankets. Oh, that makes me so happy to hear, sweetheart. Thank you so much for coming in. Did you bring enough hot chocolate and fuzzy blankets for the rest of us? If not, I can just snap my fingers and we'll get some, but it's good to see you, dearest Dim. Also, hi Radical Ram, Oppies. Click the buttons, click, click, click the buttons, click, 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 click. Thank you for my song, lovely laugh. Let's see. Tell guess what? I am 10 points away from pink hair. Oh, very nice. I hope you have fun with it. In the future, would it be possible for the exclamation lurk to have a soundbite like "see you soon," for example? It might, but I'm afraid that might bring more notice to people who are just trying to, because we actually get quite a few people who don't say anything else in chat and they just are letting us know that they're lurking. And then I say, thank you so much for the lurk. And I'm afraid that by having that, it could end up bringing them unwanted attention, but I'm happy that we can think about it. Hi there, Nick, /Jam/, welcome in. Also, Radical Ram, thank you so much for the 3 stream streak. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for your dedication and support, lovely. Twitch's decision to not count lurkers is a little odd. It's very odd. I wish they wouldn't do that because it's like, I don't know, it doesn't make sense to me. You're just like, I don't have to, a lot of people don't want to interact and that's fine. They're just there for the entertainment and I'm really flattered. Like I would say I'm almost extra flattered by lurkers who just genuinely enjoy the vibe and they don't even feel like, you know, they need to interact with me in order to be entertained, I guess. Like, don't get me wrong, I love it when you guys do interact with me. I love an active chat, but you know what I mean? Like, it's just like, I am one of those people, like I'm going to confess something. I'm one of those people that if I go into a stream, I don't really watch big streamers because I like to interact with people. So if I'm in a chat with 7,000 people and everyone is talking, I'm never gonna get acknowledged and none of my questions are gonna be answered. None of my little stupid jokes or whatever are gonna be answered or acknowledged. And so I don't really find a lot of joy in participating like that personally. But I feel like people who just really enjoy the look of the presenter or like how they like their energy or their vibe or just enjoy being there like in a live setting, that just means that you're doing a good job as an entertainer regardless of whether people can interact with you or not, which is a big feather in my cap, so to speak. Roxy, welcome in, sweetheart. How are you doing? And thank you for the care package. But yeah, it really sucks that there are a lot of people who do just want to chill, sit back, or have me on in the background. Love that too, while they do something else. Because we were all really busy, right? And it sucks that they can't contribute to like the growth of the channel simply by virtue of doing the thing that they're most comfortable with, which they should be able to do. But yeah, we're just testing this out. If you don't like it or if you find it in the way or something, just let me know and we'll reconsider this new redeem. Nix, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. I appreciate you. Let me see. Oh, and hi, lovely Lav. How are you doing, by the way? Spaniels are good with their noses. A little inside obstacle course with strong smelling things can introduce them to scent work and is mentally enriching. That is true. I do scent work with Coda, actually. That's one of his mental stimulation things that we do. You have a tub of hot chocolate. Yummy, yummy, nom, 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 nom. Let me see. I've been drawing of it too insanely and making my phone screen too bright. Oh, yes. Okay, sounds good, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate it. Have a good nap if you decide to nap. If not, have a good time doing whatever you're doing. But yeah, probably keep your eyes off the screen.
One of the main reasons why I followed and watch you, Tau, is because you interact with all of us. It makes this community feel so lively and making this a safe space. TauTassieTiger.
Aw, thank you so much for saying so, lovely Nix. Yes, that is the type of person I am. That's unfortunately also the type of viewer I am, which is why if I don't get acknowledged in someone's chat, like within the first 5 messages or so, I'm usually like, yeah, I'm bored, bye. Yeah, which is also why I think I take that and I'm like, what kind of a streamer would I want to watch me, you know? Because I want to attract people who have a similar sense of like kindness and coziness and stuff like that. And I feel like having that direct interaction kind of, while it's also more interesting and you get to know people a lot better, it also prevents people from feeling like they can just like type random trolly shit into the chat box, press enter, and it just goes away into the ether. That will never happen here. Like, if we were to get way bigger, I would just employ more mods and be like, glue those eyes. Glue those eyes to what people are saying. I do not want any trolly shit. And yeah, I think that acknowledging every person helps to seriously cut down on that. Because as soon as you start to see something like that, you're like, ah, banned, you know? For real, I'm pretty stuck on that one. So maybe we take it to Tau, like, Miss Tau, how does one do shine upon fur or hair and designs? I'll ask like that. You can do that. Yeah, if you come in on Friday and remind me, sweetheart, I'm happy to show you a live demonstration of how to do like highlights and stuff on hair or fur. I understand that they don't want bots padding view counts, but yeah, it kills the vibes for those people who just want to kill. It does, it does. And again, like, I know I've said it like 17 times already today, but truly, again, if you are most comfortable lurking and you do not want to push that do not acknowledge me button, that is okay. I genuinely just appreciate and love that you are here at all and that I can provide some level of positivity, coziness, entertainment to you. So if you don't want to click that button, feel free to not do so. It's just if you feel like it. And also if you want to help us test this. Let's see. I only hang around smaller streamers for that exact same reason. Yeah, exactly. Let me see. Hi there, Zella Zelda. How are you? It's so good to see you, sweetheart. Welcome, welcome. And Sweetest Space, welcome in. Twitch is generally falling off. It's sad. The weirdness about lurkers and then them allowing problematic individuals to stay on their platform with basically no consequences. Won't say names for multiple reasons, namely the rules. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, though, cute cat. I just saw a button and had to click. That's A-okay, Firemine. Go for it. See, the button is just, if that's what you want to do, I will not acknowledge that you push that button. So if that's all that someone does, I will not acknowledge you. If you press that button and then you start talking or you redeem a care package or something, then I'm gonna talk to you. You know what I mean? Sweetest Space, uppies. Yay! Good Space. Also, Sweetest Tiger. Hello, fella tiger. How are you? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. How you doing? Let's see. Fabulous Frostbite. Hello, gorgeous. Hello, my amazing background artist. Oh, I'm so glad that you're liking it, sweetie pie. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm so excited I'll work on it some more tonight because I think you sent me a message. So I'll work on that some more tonight and hopefully get it to you by well, the new version to you by either tomorrow or the next day. I'm doing good. I haven't done much work yet. They got me to only make cup trays for the first hour of my shift. That sounds fairly relaxing. Is it fairly relaxing, my dear? Yay, I love to talk to you, Tao. Yay, I love to talk to you, lovely lady. I need the energy here today. Sweetest Face, I am happy to provide. Here you go. That's me siphoning energy out of my face and giving it to you. Sorry, that's really, okay. There's your clarification. Being in a lurk while getting ready for bed or starting Wednesday is so comforting and grounding. Some of the Twitch population is solo, so the company of familiar content can be really impactful. That's very true. That's very true. I love talking to you, Tal. That's what I meant to say. I love having you here and talking to you too, sweetheart. That's all right. I understood what you meant. TikTok is bad when it comes to live stream chat. You can say the most innocent, kind things, and TikTok will think that you said something against TOS, and the streamer won't see it. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I just am not really a TikTok user. I'm too old. I think I'm too old. Let's see. You have to go back now. Have a good one, lovely love. Thank you for joining us for a little bit. We'll see you on your next break. And hello, Swedish Shadow. How are you? Cutie King, thank you for contributing to the Storytelling Stream Challenge. I appreciate you. One more thing I do not hate, bigger streamers. It's just that with bigger streamers, I feel like I don't have a voice, so I prefer smaller streamers. Oh yeah, no, I'm totally not saying that like I hate bigger streamers in any capacity. I'm just saying the type of streamer I frequent, because there are also people who have 10 viewers and they don't respond to people. And if they don't respond to me, then I leave. I guess I'm just self-centered like that. I'm just like, well, I want to have the interaction. Hi there, TauTassieTiger. You're up early. I'm here. I mean, I guess I'm getting through chat a little bit faster than usual, but how are you doing, TauTassieTiger? Let's see. My tummy is a tad upset. I don't know why it's being ridiculous. No, sweetie Zelda, I'm so sorry you're not feeling well. Make sure that you have lots of water. Pouch, help! Michael, don't leave me here. As soon as I read Michael, I was like, Pouch, help! Michael here. Vsauce here. How are you doing, sweet Sin? Or would you like me to call you Michael? I'm happy to do that too. Exceptional X! Hi, cutie pie! Thank you so much for the 10 stream streak. I really do appreciate it. Welcome on in. How are you doing? Thank you so much for your dedication. Thank you. Slowly clawing back from Japan losses. Have the best stream. Thank you so much, Kitty X. There is never any, there is no loss at all. You are a part of this community. You are a part of my friendship group. Don't you worry. 10 streams, 100 streams, 1,000 streams. I value you exactly the same. Fear not. I'm glad you're doing well, sweetest Star Jeffrey, and Huckles for fabulous frostbite. You're so kind and I love your energy. Oh, sweetest Sin, I am so happy to hear that. I am very happy to provide this energy to you free of charge. Welcome in. I already like you. You already seem like you're fitting in beautifully. So thank you so much for being here. Actually, Firemind and Sin, do you mind me asking both of you, how did you find us? Were we in your recommended? Were you scrolling through Persona, scrolling through VTubers? Did you find me over on Twitter or Blue Sky? I feel like that has almost never happened, but I'm always curious. Please let me know if you don't mind telling me. I think I'm mainly a small time streamer because I prefer more cozy, down and low energy games. Yeah, that's fair. I don't do horror except for once every 1,000 followers because I hate horror, and we don't do FPSs, so there's nothing that's like super high energy like that. And I don't do like online competitive stuff either. I'm mostly like a story-based gamer. MMOs as well. We're playing Final Fantasy 14 right now. But I make cozy games. I make cozy games more stressful for myself, you see, because of the energy. I'll be like fucking playing Paleo or something, and then I'll be like, we'll be fishing. It's like the most chill game ever, and I'll be like, okay, all right, okay, we are, yes, I got the fish. So, yeah, I'm not like the lowest energy, but it's kind of an interesting mix here, I think, because I'm very high energy, but this is a very cozy, supportive space as well. So, cozy chaos is like the name of the game here, I reckon. I loved it when the cheeky Tao snuck in. I like to be cheeky and sneaky. I should get some water when I'm back home. You should, sweetie pie. I guess problematic individuals being allowed on Twitch to stay is almost hard to call, which is problematic given all can have far views. I tend to like to dissociate for drawing, like hang lurking Tao while drawing, so I don't get bombarded by weird ideals in weird totally not but totally is stuff. Tends to affect the drawings I do. They come up horror with too much newsreels. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I try to keep up with like the news stuff going on in the world, but I can sense when I'm starting to consume too much of it and starting to like think about it when I'm not consuming it, and then I have to take a step back. Hey, Vsauce here. This pouch, it's endless. It has small black holes in them. Black hole? Let's talk about it. Exactly, Sin, exactly. I love that, that's amazing. We should do, oh my god, what if our next intro video is a Vsauce parody? I love that actually, Sin. Thank you so much. That's put a little sprout in my brain. Recommended, you think? Awesome, excellent. Okay, cool. Well, I'm so glad that the recommendation seems to have worked out for you. I'm really glad to have you here. Let's see. Found you in the live tab of the mobile app. Oh wow, that thing's actually doing its job. That's amazing. How good. Well, I'm so happy that you're here, fabulous Firemind. Thank you so much for being here. I really don't do horror stuff either. Yeah, nah, can't do it. I used to watch a lot of big streamers back in COVID years. That makes sense. Where getting your chat read was rare and something to be excited over. Now I sometimes forget that you don't have thousands of viewers I have to talk over and still get excited when you read my messages. Oh, Cyber, you're so cute. That's so sweet, honey. No, I mean, there are times where I struggle to keep up with chat, like when we have like an action-based game. Like that happened a lot when we were playing Red Dead 2. Remember that? Because I would be like in the middle of a shootout and I'd be like, sorry guys, this is like 4 or 5 minutes of just me staring at the screen and be like, and so you guys would be like chatting. And then I'd apologize and be like, is there anything that you guys said that I really need to read? That is another thing about this community. If there is something you want me to read and I have not read it, like, and it's something that you want a response on, or it is important to you that it gets read, don't hesitate to resend it every like 30 seconds or so. Please don't like spam it repeatedly, but like every 30 seconds or so, up to 3 times is basically the rule. If it's past 3 times, either use the TTS redeem, tag one of my mods if it's something genuinely important, or we can let it go. Let's see. Hi, wonderful Will. Welcome in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Thank you so much for coming in. How have you been? Not the lowest energy. You don't say. Wow, calling me out like that, Skellington. Okay. Hey, Pouch Pal, Tao here. Where's your corn? Where's your corn? Where's your corn? Next intro, Vsauce just does the John Cena. Are you sure about that? And it's Vsauce tearing your screen almost and going, hey, Vsauce here. Oh my gosh, imagine if Michael took a whole year off of the internet and then came back and was like super bulked up. Hi there, dearest Doppel. Welcome in, sweetie pie. How are you doing? Raiders, if you need a raid and run, that's totally cool, but if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. We are about to start some Persona 5ing. It's our first playthrough, so please do not spoil anything. If you're not 120% positive that we have reached that spot, don't say anything. Okay? But dearest Doppel, how are you, hon? Welcome. You guys, this is the absolutely amazing dearest Doppelganger EXP, who hath graced us with their presence fresh from their Yokai Watch 3 Sukiyaki quest. This enigmatic VTuber, a true doppelganger of many talents, doth traverse realms from Dragon Slayer's Academy to Legend ZA. Their stream be a royal court of gaming delights, fit for a monarch's gaze. Truly, they slay the spire of entertainment. See what they did there? Welcome in, honey. How are you doing? It's a pleasure to see you. Also, dearest Doppel, would you like to let us know when your next stream will be so that hopefully we can come and join you? And while you let us know, here's a little bit about us.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of VTuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Holy and go!
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch. Welcome back, and yes, welcome to the pouch, sweetie pies. It is a pleasure to have you. Doppel will be streaming once more on Monday, 2 p.m. PST to 5 p.m. EST. Not sure what we're doing yet. Okay, fair enough. Well, you guys, please check out the lovely Doppel, because you are correct, Nix. You did hear Yokai Watch. Sounds like Doppel's doing some fun Yokai Watch stuff. And we'll be streaming on Monday, 2 p.m. PST to 5 p.m. EST. So, you guys, please do check out the dearest Doppel. And sweetheart, thank you so incredibly much for bringing your awesome community in. I really do appreciate you every single time. Thank you, thank you. I heard Origami. I love that anime. Let's go, Sin! Hell yeah! Oh, I'm so excited to have another Norigami lover. Amazing, incredible. Yay, yeah, it's my favorite manga and my favorite anime. It's so fucking good. Of course, love hanging with y'all. We love having you, sweetie pie. We love having you. Speaking speaking of hanging out, who wants to go hang out with Joker, Panther, Fox, fucking Skull, Mona, and is that everyone we've got right now? I think it is. Unfortunately, one must step out for a while. Gotta touch grass. I'll be back upon my return. All good, darling. No worries, dear Stoffel. Thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate you. We'll see you later. Have a good time touching grass. Sniff it for me. There's nothing like the smell of grass in the morning. That's not a euphemism. I mean like the grass that you step on outside. That's what I mean. That's what I'm talking about. Please do not mischaracterize me, okay? You're getting tacos. Okay, that smells better than grass. That smells much better than grass, I must confess. Okay, give me just a second. I was fucking around with my desk yesterday and my monitors are a little bit shitty. There we go. I think I fixed it. All right, cutie pies, are you ready to rumble? The answer is yes, you so are. Let's go. Alrighty. Let me. Oh, we need to. I need to get the. Hey, Strat, do you mind giving me the warning thing to put up there for Persona 5? I replaced it with the one that we had for Dispatch. That was dumb. Shouldn't have done that. Thank you so much, Strat. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Oh my god. What would I do without Strat? Oh my god. Sniff the grass? Is the soundproofing stuff fixed? No, not yet. That's something that Nathan's gonna very kindly do for me while I'm gone in the US. I'm doing the long tasks. Let me see. Hold on. Oh, hi there, dearest Dustin. Welcome in. How are you doing? It's good to see you. You guys, it's just a quick reminder. Please make sure that you're not like advertising your own streams or talking about your own streams or other people's streams while you're in chat. I'd appreciate that. That is part of our rules. This game includes content such as blood, drug references, partial nudity, sexual themes, strong language, and violence. Perfect. Awesome. Thank you. I will put that here. 1 second. Thank you so much for that, Strats. Awesome. Yay. Okay. Perfect. I feel like that's written in Aussie DNA to love the smell of grass or cut grass even. Invent the Victor mower, and it's like we own lawn care. Just had the pupper out always. Oh, cute. It was playing with the toys when I died. Oh, that's the best way to tire him out. Coda's got this thing. Coda's my Aussie Shepherd. And he loves, absolutely adores this herding egg. It's like this red egg-shaped thing. It's quite big, and it, wobbles in a funny way. And man, he just loves that shit. It's so good. It's so much fun to watch him. I'm just gonna art for a bit while you deal with art criminals. Yeah, let's go, Dustin. Show him what true artistry looks like. Also, dearest Dustin, I would love to tell you publicly on stream, thank you so much for your gorgeous fan art. I absolutely love it. It is stunning, and I love my pixel form. So cute. Still bummed about that thing I told you about the other day. Glad I at least tried it. Yeah, no, I'm glad you did too, Ozzy. My little sister's pup used to have one of those, and you could shove treats in it. Yes, Coda's dinners come in Kongs. I spend like an hour and a half a week combining his like wet food and some dry food and then freezing it, and then he takes to it in the evening. Yes, you guys, please do vote in the poll. Let me know how the game volume is. I'm also gonna turn on my controller real quick. Incredible Infernos! How are you, cutie pie? It's a pleasure to see you. Welcome. How are things going? Alrighty. So you guys, I'm doing well, cutie Infernos. Thank you for asking. How are you doing? All right, cool. I think I'm on the right one, hopefully. Now, you guys, this is my first time ever playing any Persona game, but Persona 5 specifically. Therefore, I'm trying to avoid spoilers because this is a 100+ hour game, so I'm really trying to avoid spoilers. Please, if you are not 110% positive that we have past the point that you want to talk about, or that we have gotten the confidence that you want to talk about, or we have gotten the persona that you want to talk about, or that we have gotten the plot point, or the quest, or the palace, or the whatever it is, truly whatever it is. If you're not 110% positive that we have passed that, please don't say it, because otherwise it is probably a spoiler. We're taking spoilers pretty seriously. Working on a 3D model. Very cool in Furnace. I'm excited to see it. Super glad you love it, even if it was just a like. I have such a weirdly hard time trying to draw you in chibi form, so this success was extra nice. What? Wait, even if it was just a like? No, I love it. I love it so much. It's amazing. You did such an incredible, outstanding job, darling. All right, looks like you guys are pretty happy with the game volume. Okay, 8 days till the confession, hopefully. Yes, 8 days till the legal action. Till the legal action, yikes. Gonna head out for now. I'll try to catch up later. All good, Fabulous Fire. Thank you so much for coming in, hun. It's been a pleasure to welcome you. Looking forward to spending more time with you and getting to know you better. Have a good one, lovely. If spoilers, we come to your house and replace all your good food with spoiled food. I like this plan, Sin. I do. I really do. I think you're gonna be the leader of my replacing good food with spoiled food team, which is just a little bit like it's a little clunky, but we'll workshop it. We'll workshop the name. I was thinking this earlier. Should we DM a mod if an important scene is coming up, just so they know to be on alert? If you happen to know that one is gonna come up, then you can. Although I will say that if Red is here, Red knows. Red's played. How many more palaces have you done than me, sweetheart? Like 6. So I think that Red will be able to keep an eye out on chat and like just immediately delete anything that's particularly spoilerific. I don't think any of my other mods have played this though. Joke's on you. I have no food. Farm, I know, sweetheart. Oh my gosh, we gotta feed you. What's your favorite kind of food? I have already seen everything. Amazing. I am on what I presume is the final dungeon, unless the game has a surprise I don't know about. Wow, Red. Oh shit. Okay, cool. Well, this is fantastic then, because that means that you can help me. See, like this character's hair is hard black, so it sits well with the light shine, but I'm working on a honey bear fur, so hair is almost needing harder shine. Lurking to drawing. Oh, good ADD. Yeah, come in on Friday when we do our arts stuffs, and I will absolutely do that for you. Help you with it. That's true, Strat. Thank you. Please keep in mind promotions of your own or other streamers' stream is not acceptable in Discord as well. Yeah, please avoid doing so. Yeah, self-promotion is just not really. It is not polite in any context. So unless someone is specifically asking you, this is general etiquette. But like if someone is not just directly asking you, when your next stream is, what you're doing for your stream, do you stream? If that is not the question or statement that they're asking or saying, then it probably means don't promote, if that makes sense. I'm one ahead of you, so after Palaces 3, I'm less likely to spoil, but will keep my typing down. Fair enough, Sweetest Shadow. Thank you, Honey Bun. I appreciate you being considerate of it. Alrighty, let's see. We got movie options. We got Trial by Borger. We got, we can spend time with An, Takemi, Ryuji. I really want to get, I don't think I am close enough right now with, what's his name? Fuck, what is his name? This guy. I forgot his name. What is his name? Ah! It's the counselor. Cutie Pie Counselor Man. Love him. Okay. What are we doing today? Oh, right. She wants to hang out. Still be in Shibuya for a little while, so let me know if anything comes up. 8 days till legal action. Maybe I should. I feel like there's something that I'm forgetting, but I kind of feel like we should go do the stuff in Mementos. Since we can. I'm kind of worried about going and doing the 2 things we've got, and then in a couple of days we get another thing though, and then it takes up more time. Sorry, I'm using the third eye. I respect stuff like that. Most that might happen for me is hopping off because my Wi-Fi sucks and I'm playing Vane with friends. Oh yeah, sure, fair. I am just eating and wanted to watch something and your energy lured me in. Oh, amazing, Tautassin. Well, I'm so happy to have you here, darling. I hope that we will see a lot more of you as well. But I also hope that you have a great time with your friends. I very much advocate for people to take good care of themselves, and that's also socially. So please never feel obligated to show up if you have other stuff going on. But if and when you feel like it, you are more than welcome here, darling. I usually hopped into Momentos when I had at least a handful of requests to tackle there. Dude, so because I only have 2 right now, right? So if I have only 2, then I probably, because they don't expire, right? Or do they expire like between, like in 8 days, hypothetically, would they expire? Ice Pack Defrosted. Gonna get my secondary one? Yes, do it, Ozzy, do it. I believe they don't expire. Okay, great. Okay, in that case, I might go to the movies. I might go to the movies. Oh. I didn't know that you could just like scroll through hypothetically, which I can't right now because it's just her. But,
Hello!
Hello, Cutie Caution. How you doing? What is your favorite part about this game so far? Cutie King, I think it's probably, like, I just really like the story. I really like the story. If I'm being, like, really precise about it, it's actually the graphic design. The UI and the graphic design is super fun. You saw the new Predator movie. What'd you think of it? Do we have the warning we have for Dispatch, or did you replace it with this one? I replaced it with this one. I did the same fucking thing that I did before with Dispatch, except this time I did it with Persona. Oopsie. Oopsie. Okay, I'm so sorry. I need to remember how to play this game again. This happens every week. All right, let's see. I think this could improve my knowledge. Okay. Yeah, no, I want to go see a movie. Shibuya. Oh, wait. Can we go see either the Politic Man or the or Mishima? Or one of them down there? That's fine. I have them both saved on a sticky note. Thank you so much, Stra. What would I do without you? Thank you. Fuck. Okay, no, they sent me. They had the little blue highlight because An is here, but I... Damn. Do I have to work some more at that, at my dead-end beef bowl job? To meet the political guy again? It was from the same director who did Prey, so I had some decent expectations, and even then, it was more intriguing than I would have thought. Oh, interesting. Okay. I am kind of curious about it. I don't know if I'm gonna watch it. Oh, wait, here's the guy.
Hello.
I'm scheduled to give a speech here tonight. If you're interested, I'd love for you to come. I want young people like yourself to hear it.
A speech highlights a person's ability to attract others. What's your take on this guy? I sense experience emanating from him, so he may be good at it. If that's the case, we should go. But the speech is at night. Let's stop by again later.
I would only go to Mementos like once or twice per palace. Oh, okay. I haven't gone at all during this palace, but I guess I can wait another few days probably, right? Okay, all right, fine. You know what? Maybe we'll go see... Hopefully we can go and see An, and then... Sorry, I'm having choice paralysis right now. No. I want to go see the movie. Hopefully I'll be back in time for, to go and see Mr. Politico talking. Once per palace myself until just before, the late one where I started going more frequently. Oh, yes. Okay, that makes sense.
Wow. Right now, we're just in time to see The Cake Night Rises. It's a story about a caped hero trying to bring down a black forest of crime and corruption. Looks like this movie can teach you how to improve your kindness. Well, you'll need to buy a ticket if you want to see it, though.
1,500 yen? That's okay, I'm wealthy now.
Well then.
How far into the game do you think we are? Oh, I'm gonna take a wild guess and say 20%, maybe.
Do you want to know why I use pies? Cakes are too quick. You can't savor all the little taste sensations you see when forced to choose cake or pie. People show you their true taste. I am nothing like you. You're a psychopath who bakes for money.
Everything about this movie is absolutely ridiculous. But the protagonist's passion to fight for his friend, that really touched me.
I feel like I was able to learn how to be more compassionate to others. Can you imagine going to a movie and being like, the cake pie movie changed my life. Cake or pie? Cake or pie? It's a Dark Knight parody. Yeah, cutie caution. Also, Valiant Fash. Hi, sweetie pie. Thank you so much for the 130 stream streak. That's incredible. 130 streams. Thank you so much for your dedication and support, darling Fash. I really appreciate it. That's amazing. And welcome in. Also, thank you for the POW hat. Thank you, lovely. Am I a sweetie pie now? Consider it still. That's really funny. We even watched the credits all the way to the very end.
Let's head back.
No, wait, don't go home. I have to talk to Mr. Politico. Fuck. Oh, there's evening. Yep, stop at evening. I want to go back out.
You're back.
Hey, come to think of it, that guy who approached you in the beef bowl shop was a politician, right? Yes!
Sorry, yes!
He apparently gives speeches at Shibuya Station, but you can't judge a book by its cover.
Yeah, we're going over there. Sorry, sorry! I'm sorry, I'm abandoning you, my friend. We are going to here. And it was at Central Street, I think. I love this song. Oh, there's Mishima. Hold on. Look at these tourists. Do we have a Discord before I go? Zombies call me and my metal gardening rake must answer. Absolutely, Sweetasin. We do indeed. There it is. That's the Discord. Just please be aware that we have some rules that you have to read through, and there is a keyword in there that you must put into the verification channel after you have read all of the rules, and it's not an automatic approval process. So once you enter that keyword, you'll have to wait a little bit because myself or a mod will manually go match up your keyword and also match up your Twitch and Discord usernames. But yeah, thank you so much for considering joining the Discord, and thank you for joining us today, Sweetasin. It's been such a pleasure. I hope you have a great time gardening.
Please consider what I have to say.
There have been far too many incidents recently to ignore. Can anyone deny this? The runaway train incident, mysterious psychotic breakdowns, a school with a corrupt teacher. We have yet to discover the truth of it all. The apathy that permeates society is a direct result of negligence by our government and the media. You're listening quite attentively. Are you interested in politics?
I am interested.
Are you a student? I'm delighted to captivate the interest of someone your age. Have I seen you somewhere before? Oh, you were working at the beef bowl shop before. You have a lot of perseverance for a young person.
If you'd like.
If you're interested, I could use your help. I want to change the state of this country, and to do so, I need the power of the youth. However, due to certain regulations, I can't offer a job to a student. I was actually thinking you could learn some things if you chose to attend a few of my speeches, though.
Okay.
Really? That would be helpful indeed! Well then, would you mind telling me your name and contact information? You're a student from Shujin Academy, hmm? It's nice to meet you. I'm Toronosuke Yoshida. I used to be a member of the Diet, but no longer. In the past 20 years, I've lost 7 straight elections. Wow, he doesn't give up, does he? This isn't good. I'm dwelling on the negative right before my speech. Well then, I hope I can count on your help immediately.
Doing well, just waking up, helping my friends move today. Afterwards, I passed out. So fair, Valiant Fash. Thank you so much for helping your wonderful friends. I know that they really appreciated it. 7. How does he still get funding for campaigns? That's what I'm saying, right? He's even got this guy. Oh, that's me. I was gonna say, look at this schlub. He's even holding signs for him. He can pay people. He's not paying me. I'm just standing here.
The lines of what is considered right and wrong in society today have been blurred. With common sense no longer our guide, we make decisions based on our selfish wants and desires. This has resulted in a deluge of self-centered people who delight in taking advantage of the weak. However, even in this modern day and age, it is imperative that we act in the best interests of all. A world where it is acceptable to trample on the rights of others for your own benefit. A world where the young exist only to be exploited is a world that must be changed.
Easy for him to say. Old-timers like me have our hands full taking care of ourselves. He's actually making some good points, but he's a no-name. He probably won't get far. Nothing's gonna change. We'll just keep getting exploited.
What's this wannabe politician blathering about now? He isn't even affiliated with a party. How about you just leave matters of state in the capable hands of the liberal co-prosperity party? You mustn't base your decision on whom to support merely according to the party they belong to. Just shut up already. You're just a washed-up politician. If I am chosen to represent the will of the people, then I am fully prepared to... in the best interests of all? Ha! Save the blathering for when you get elected. If you get elected. Yikes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That is all for today. What did you think of my speech? Well, the heckling. Group dieting, I see. How wonderful. We all diet together as members. Thank you for the care package, Awesome Ozzy. Appreciate it. It is a little ironic that he's talking about exploiting the youth and he's got a kid holding signs for him. Yeah. It is. That's a really good point, Skellington. That's a really good point. I guess the best interest of all.
I'm glad.
Indeed. Do you feel the same? Such as I am, I'd like to believe that I'm capable of giving a moving speech. However, there are times, like today, where the audience has a difference of opinion on a topic. Some feel I should concentrate on getting elected before I worry about others. Do you agree? You won't get elected?
Yes.
I believe I can, if my message connects with my audience. Besides, I have grown quite accustomed to those types of reactions, sorry, I can't read.
No.
Although, I don't know if that is necessarily a good thing. Joker's just doing his best, he is. Regardless, no matter what they say, I must continue on. I think I can learn a lot by listening to Yoshida's speeches. Did I get anything from that?
Well then, I shall see you again
Perhaps I'll
soon.
ask for your impressions again sometime. Okay, well at least now he can call me. I don't have to hunt him down. That's good.
PPP! PPP! Who could that be at this hour?
Mishima's really hyped up about finding our next big target. But something's telling me he's just gonna get himself into trouble. Maybe we should go with him. He said he was going to Harajuku. And I let An know. I let An know too. Couldn't hurt, right? If you respond right away to a confidant's invitation without putting it on hold, your relationship will deepen. Oh, didn't know that, okay. If you immediately respond to a message, your schedule for that day will be filled and you will be unable to do anything else that day. Be sure to consider an invitation before you commit to it.
Lady Anne's coming. Fine. No big deal. But you still don't know Tokyo very well. This might be a good chance to get more familiar with the area. Or something. So, what are your thoughts? Will you go to Harajuku with Ryuji?
I guess I'll try it just because I got the tooltip and I want to see what happens. I guess I have to is the response I gave.
You're meeting everyone in Harajuku tomorrow, huh? Better get some rest. You don't want to oversleep.
Oh, what's up there? Oh! That is Harajuku, I get it. The fashion capital, also known for starting many trends in food. Takenoko street fashion, popular with tourists and trend-setting youngsters alike.
All right.
You now have information on a new hangout spot, Harajuku Takenoko Street. You can also invite people who may enjoy Takenoko Street to hang out with you there. There are a number of hangout spots in the city, such as shops, event venues, landmarks, and so on. Confidants will each have their own favorite hangout spot. If you go there with them, your bond will grow even deeper than it normally would. You can learn about hangout spots by having confidants invite you there or by reading about them in books. Try to find as many as you can. That's cool. Ooh! New location unlocked! Oh, we do need to take a break. Thank you, Sweet Strat. Oh, it's so bright. Okay,
We will come back to this in just a second. Let's go on a quick break. For those of you who are new here, once an hour, we go on a quick 3-minute break. And that is just so that if you do not subscribe, whether that's because you don't want to or you just don't have the money to, doesn't really matter to me. I just don't want you to miss out on content. So once an hour for 3 minutes, we go on a quick break. I walk away from the computer, so there is no content being made. Turn on those ads, encourage you to also move and walk away from the computer. And yeah, Sweetie Pies, please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. We will be back to explore Harajuku with the whole gang, it looks like. And yeah, listen, I'll miss you terribly, but I'll see you soon in 3 minutes. Mwah. Wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for joining us, Nelson. And thank you guys so much for the level 9 hype train. 52 subs, 100 bits. Thank you so much. Without a mustache, it remembers those, it resembles those coin-eating bank cubes. Oh, ew, it does. It does. You are right. You are right. Ugh. Hey there, cutie pies. Welcome back, welcome back. How are you? I have missed you. Welcome, welcome. Awesome Aussie. Uppies for you. Yay. Good Aussie. And dearest Dustin, thank you so much for the 35 stream streak. I super appreciate it. That is amazing. 35 is older than I am, I think. Wait, let me do some math here. I haven't paid attention to my age since I turned 27. That means that you're still feeling 27, which is good news. Feel that way for the next 50 years and you are going to be in great shape. Thank you so much, dearest Dustin, for the 35. I really do appreciate your dedication and support. Welcome back, nibbles/jam slice. Uppies for you. Good Nix. Welcome back, precious Patricia. Long time no see. How you doing? And hi there, cutie cyber. How are you? It's so good to see you. You guys, before I forget, there's going to be a stream on Saturday night, I think, because I want to try Where Winds Meet. It's coming out on Friday for us, I think, but I'm going to put it on the schedule for Saturday and hope that the servers don't get completely fucked. But I really want to try it. For those of you who don't know, it's like a wuxia, Chinese, like 5 Kingdoms era, 9, 10. Anyway, it's like, there's so much to do in it. It's an MMO. It looks really cool. I'm really excited about it. Anyway, I think we're gonna put that on the schedule for Saturday. Not every Saturday. I just want to try it this Saturday. Okay, let's continue.
It's so crowded, just like I expected. The perfect place to start our investigation. But I gotta say, I wasn't expecting all of you to come along.
I had a photo shoot nearby, so I figured, why not?
But why Harajuku, Mishima? Well, Harajuku's this big cultural hub, right? People from all over the world come here. So that means there might be all kinds of international villains walking around in broad daylight.
I don't know if I get that logic.
For example... Oh, check that guy out. He's definitely suspicious. I mean, who wears black leather long coats at this time of year? He's gotta be shady. And all those belts must be supplies so we can tie people up. Oh man, do you think he's an escaped convict?
No, I'm pretty sure that's just a goth style.
But my phantom thief senses are tingling. Don't you think he's suspicious, Tiger?
You're, tingling?
Well, I mean, because I'm the Phantom Aficionado website admin, and look, that's not important. You know what I mean. If you think that he's that suspicious, then go talk to him.
Huh? Me?
You're the one who's all hyped up about this investigation, right? So hey, go up to the guy and ask, "Yo, Captain Trenchcoat, sorry to bother you, but are you an escaped convict?" What?
He's worse in social interactions than I am. Hi there, Terrific Top, how are you? It's bloody snowing. Oh my. Is it really? Is it that cold over there? Jesus. Doing very well. When I missed Friday's stream, I feared my streak was over, but I saved it by watching a clip. Yay, amazing. Very good, hun, very good. Congratulations. Hi, sweetest Storm. Thank you for the storm, Storm. I appreciate it. Thank you and welcome in. How are you doing?
You've gotta be kidding. He'd have that belt around my neck before I even finished talking.
It's normal to see people dressed in unusual clothes here. Honestly, I think it's kind of cool. Like, they've got the confidence to wear whatever they want. You know what I mean? Like, nothing's gonna keep them from expressing their own style.
Cool or not, they're definitely not letting anyone hold them back.
What do you think about this unique fashion? What do you think about unique fashion like this, Tao? I kind of want to try it.
Yeah. Whoa, really? I guess we can spend the day transforming ya.
Oh, let's go.
I'm thinking heart-shaped glasses, dye your hair red and blue. Oh. Yes. And we'll get you a big puffy laminated coat.
You just want to make him wear the weirdest stuff you can find. I'll coordinate Tao's wardrobe.
Huh.
We could go for a bad boy look, or maybe something princely. You've got good potential, so this should be fun. Anyway, no more judging people by their appearance. If they're wearing what they want to wear, that's something to admire. Heck, I'd say it means they're honest. Not like people who seem nice on the outside but turn out to be terrible.
I guess you're right.
Lady An is absolutely right. After all, I look like a cat, but I'm actually a dashing noble gentleman.
Mona, shut up.
Now that I think about it, it's kind of Harajuki to walk around with a cat in a bag.
True! He's like a really specialized fashion accessory.
Is that a compliment? I guess you're lucky, Tao. You can get popular just by having me around.
So, Mishima, I take it you didn't actually have any leads here.
Nope. Yeah, figures. Well, as long as we're here, let's have some fun.
Then let's get Tao dressed up! Oh, and Mishima too. Maybe An can get rid of your weird anti-Harajuku prejudice.
Huh? Me too? Actually, if I've got any hidden talent for fashion, this would be the perfect chance to discover it.
Lady An! Help me get all fashionable too!
All right, we can squeeze in a trip to the pet shop for Morgana.
No, I'm not a pet!
You know, Tiger, sometimes it sounds like your cat's really joining in on the conversation. Then let's get going. Just follow me. I know a place.
All right, let's go.
It's all you, Miss Fashionista. I enjoyed Harajuku with everyone. Mishima would probably think Joker was a villain if he saw his metaverse outfit. Absolutely right. Yes, 100% Cyber. I think that's totally accurate.
Oh yeah, you're supposed to meet at
Oh god, why do I have so much trouble with this word?
Inokashira Park for school tomorrow. What? Did you forget? Kawakami said there was a community cleanup event.
I did actually forget that. PPP. Mishima is twink maxing for real. I am back, was supposed to sleep, but breakfast has been served. I will probably dip after that if I still feel sleepy. As you should, sweetest Strat, as you should. Morgana invited that on himself, truly.
Yusuke, any changes yet?
How's Madarame? Nothing at the moment. He is still bedridden.
Wait, you think this was too much for that old bastard's heart?
There's no need to worry. His life does not appear to be in any danger.
I hope we didn't F up on our first official mission. Can he talk at all?
So far, all he has said to me is, I'm sorry. I haven't been able to speak to him since, though. He is in no state to hold a conversation.
For real? If he ends up taking legal action against us, our leader will be in big trouble.
You are under probation, correct? That would be problematic.
Hey, we're gonna be okay, aren't we?
For sure.
If Tao says so, I'm sure it's true.
I will contact all of you if any progress is made.
Let's just wait for the change of heart for now.
Yeah, we'll be waiting for your updates, Yusuke.
Well then. That reminds me, the home shopping program is airing on TV today. Do you want to check it out?
We will check it out. What do we got? Oh, a Sakura fan, a Katana keychain, an Uji Matcha fan. Uji Matcha, so cute. Ooh, I want the first one.
Hey.
Currently popular gift set that captures the essence of Japan. Copy of the famous folding screen with images of gods and wind and lightning. Food. Oh, sorry. Also, yeah, you guys, excellent job defeating the boss. Sorry, I'll move you guys there. There we go.
Well then.
Okay, what have we got in our IMs? Let's see. Who's this? This is one of my jobs, isn't it? Hello, this is the manager of Orinobeko. Apologies for the short notice, but would you mind coming into work today? We ended up somewhat short-staffed today. I understand this is very last minute, and your compensation will reflect that. I hope I can count on you.
Now that's a business call if I ever saw one. This guy's a professional.
Oh, it's a proficiency bonus. Okay, I kind of wanna.
Yo, short time no see. I know we just split up a second ago, but there's this movie I gotta see. If you're not busy, we could go see it in Shibuya right now. The Cake Night Rises. It's an action flick. What do you say?
I've already seen it, bud. I'm so sorry. No, I've already seen it. I'm gonna go to work. Wait, hello? Which one is Orinoboko? Is that my... Is that the... No, that's 777. Hold on, I gotta go see where that is. Let me see here. Is it the flower shop? I don't think it's the flower shop, is it? I think Tao likes food a little bit. I do. Oh, that's the beef bowl place. Oh, sorry, thank you. Okay, let's go. Beef bowl. Tao abandoned her son. Sad. No. It's okay. I spent the whole day with him.
What's going on? It's crowded. Oh, there's a discount because it's Yakiniku Day. If we could manage this many customers, your proficiency would be considerably improved. You gonna work here today?
Beef bowl, beef bowl, beef bowl, beef bowl, beef bowl.
What did you say?
Oh boy, there are a ton of customers. I suggest you turn the volume of the audio channel you are playing the YouTube clip. Wait, you are playing the YouTube video. The volume is usually a bit low. Here's a new clip. Oh wait, so Strat, you mean like when we watch the clip, we should crank up the volume? I'll let you guys have a chance to watch it first, and then I will check on that in a second after our job here. Miku Day, Yaki Miku Day. You count like 50 customers on screen. There are a lot of people here. It's a full shop.
Hey, look! There's a ton of customers coming in all of a sudden. You're gonna be bombarded with orders at this rate. Make sure you memorize them all.
Oh God, okay, here we go. All right, Med Natto. Med Huaguo. Med BBQ. Okay, Natto, Med Natto, Med Huaguo, large barbecue, large beef. Med Natto, Med Hua, large barbecue, large beef. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Med Natto. Med Huaguo.
Hey.
Large barbecue.
Nice.
And large beef. Yay!
Wow.
Maybe write this down? No, I have really bad memory, so I gotta practice my memory. Time for a skill boost, baby.
My.
Wow, good work. It seems there were a lot of customers today, but you handled it well on your own.
Thanks in
Thank you,
advance.
sweet Strat.
I paid you a little extra today. Good work. Keep it up. $88 dues, baby.
Man, you were amazing today dealing with that many orders. I'm sure it was rough, but I think you handled it all quite proficiently.
Nice. See what he did there? Proficiency.
Well, I guess we should go home soon.
It's the 30th.
Hey, we're cleaning up today. It's further away than school, right? Hurry up and get dressed so we won't be late.
Oh, it's
Sorry,
this girl.
but I'm in a bit of a hurry.
You go to Shujin, right?
Oh, ew, gross. What is wrong with this
I
dude?
heard things have been rough there lately. What with that violent incident? You want to go talk about it somewhere?
Thank you for your concern. However, I really am in a hurry, so if you'd excuse me...
Yucky. Yucky is right. Ew, don't touch.
Come on, there's no need to be shy.
Like I said,
If you're busy, I'll put my number in your phone so you can call me later.
Ew.
Sound like a
stop it.
Bear mace time. Bear mace is that is precisely what we should use on this guy. Stranger danger, stranger danger!
What do you want?
Sir, that is a high schooler. Someone help her, don't stay there, right? Could I ask you for directions? You're hurting her.
Don't get worked up. I'm just being friendly here.
Bruh.
What are you getting so jumpy about? Like you're anything special.
Oh my god, this guy's so fucking gross. I hate him. Can I go take his heart and mementos or whatever?
Thank you so much. I'm sorry for the trouble.
Are you okay?
Yes, I'm fine now. It was pretty scary, though.
Not gonna lie, if I saw that shit, it's game over for him. Yeah, exactly. My boys was raised right, yeah!
May I ask you something? So, what made you step in to help me?
Because I wanted to.
That's it? Well, I apologize for asking something so strange. You're headed to the cleanup as well, right? The cleanup? Look at the time! I'm so sorry, I haven't even thanked you properly yet! Oh no, I forgot my gym clothes at school! I'll see you at the cleanup soon. We can talk more then if you'd like. pardon me.
She's so cute. I love her like long ponytail with the curls at the end. I might not be anything special, but I am kind and willing to help someone who in need. Yeah, in need, Asshole, exactly. Oh, wow, we got another new place. Ah, Inokashira Park, flourishing with natural beauty. This park is the pride of Kichijoji, a natural respite. Get away from the stress of city life. Couples often ride boats in the pond. You now have information on a new hangout spot, Inokashira Park. You can also invite people who may like it there to hang out with you. Cool. I like her hair bow. It's so cute. I love her hair bow too. She's so polite. What a sweet little bean.
What took you so
right?
long?
Did you really come here from home in your gym clothes?
Is that weird?
No, that's not what I meant.
Huh? Ain't it normal? And, are you planning on doing this cleanup in that outfit?
Of course not. I brought my gym clothes with me. I was gonna change in the bathroom, but now there's a huge line.
Oh, that makes sense. Sounds like it sucks to be a girl.
It's
Well,
such
yeah.
a nice day out that even the weather seems to be mocking us.
Dude, could you try pushing your way into our conversation a little less awkwardly next time?
I bet some Kichijoji clean freak hung paper dolls all over and prayed for clear skies today.
Hey. Morning, everyone.
Oh? Are you here for the cleanup too, Doc?
Yay! Love Maruki. That's his name, Maru.
In those clothes?
Oh, no, I'm in a different...
There you are, Dr. Maruki.
Oh.
We're going to start prepping soon.
Prepping what?
I'm part of the cooking crew. Hope you're
Oh.
looking forward to a solid meal.
You cook too?
See you all later. I can't remember if I brought any starchy vegetables.
More like Dr. Popular.
I'm sure
Jealous?
the Phantom Thieves will be even bigger someday.
Good morning, Shujin Academy students
Oh, it's
and
Makoto.
staff. Please pick up all trash located in the areas assigned to your group.
I am so, like, I have spent so many years not playing this game and not knowing anything about it and only knowing that Nath absolutely loves Makoto that I just, whenever I see her, I'm like, oh, Nath.
Once the cleanup is completed, a lunch of miso soup with pork and vegetables will be served.
Ooh, pork miso soup. So that's what Dr. Maruki's fan club is making.
FYI, the school already assigned the groups at random. They're 4 people apiece, boys and girls mixed.
Oh, really?
Are you
Now
not?
that those
pleased?
announcements have been made, please break into your groups and head to your assigned areas.
All right, let's just get this over with as fast as possible so we can chow down on that soup and get out of here.
Give me soup. Give me soup.
That guy? Yeah, him. Is he that transfer student?
God, I still have a bad name, do I?
You mean the one in all the crazy rumors?
Keep it down. What if he hears us?
Ugh. Anyone who just dumps a broken umbrella on the ground like this is human garbage.
Oh, before you trash it, you have to make sure you separate the plastic parts from the metal frame.
Separate it? How?
Like this.
Whoa, awesome!
I had no idea you knew about that kind of stuff, Takamaki-san. I bet you'd make a wonderful wife.
Oh, nah.
Sweet, a wallet!
My dude! Hey, welcome in, my dude. How you doing? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. How are you doing today?
Anything in it?
Don't steal it. Don't steal money.
Whoa, yeah, shit ton!
We going splitsies on this?
Body!
Wait, shouldn't we take that to a police box?
Yeah.
What? How was that weird?
Respectfully, the doctor
Yeah,
is
this
cute
park is
and personality is
trash.
ding, ding, ding.
Way this
Yeah,
is all done
that
by
is true.
kids. It's gotta be the work of some no-good adults, too.
Yo, third year, that's stealing. It sure is.
If you don't mind, may I have the cap on that bottle?
Huh? Sure.
wonder if she's making a project.
Oh, are you a collector?
Not exactly. Recycling companies collect these and convert them into vials for vaccines.
That's cool.
Huh. I didn't know that. Well, that sounds like an awesome way to bring more justice to the world.
I'm sorry, but I'm not sure I follow you.
Before I add taro to the pots, I have to rub them with salt to reduce the sliminess.
Oh, you're an amazing chef.
Oh my god.
I do cook pretty often at home. Let me try this little technique here.
Why is the wind salty?
I didn't expect her to go Salt Bay. That's so funny. That's amazing. Oh, I love that. The translator. Hello there, terrific translator. How are you doing? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Fucking Salt Bay. That's so funny. Oh my god. I forgot that this would have been around then.
Sorry.
The cleanup is officially complete. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Would the leader of each group please come and get the soup for their teams?
So, after the soup's doled out, everyone's free to do whatever they want. Huh, including getting the hell out of here.
Oh, okay.
Good evening, translator. How are you doing, sweetheart? Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Thank you for everything. I don't know the best way to put it, but it sure was a crappy time out there.
Oh.
Oh! I finally found you. I was trying to find you so I could thank you properly for this morning. So, where'd the other people in your group go?
We've disbanded. They ditched me. We've disbanded.
Ah, I see. I'm in pretty much the same situation. If it's all right with you, why don't we eat our soup together?
Okay. This is soup, though. Let's say sure.
Great!
This is soup, though.
Thanks for the food. I want to thank you again for this morning. That man was even more frightening than he might have appeared to you.
Oh. Uh-oh.
So I truly appreciate what you did for me. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yes. There's one more issue I need to address. I'm also so sorry for what happened the other day.
What was that? The other day?
The run-in we had outside of the guidance office.
Remember the discussion we just had? There are a number of students in this school you shouldn't get involved with.
Oh.
This one's at the top of the list.
Interesting, Kamoshida, that you're the one saying that, you little fuck.
Oh, the delinquent transfer student?
Kamoshida, indeed.
Mr. Kamoshida had just told me about you a moment prior, so I sort of spoke without thinking there. I heard some of my classmates gossiping about you too.
Were you surprised?
I was, but I haven't paid it any real mind. I don't like gossip or rumors and the like.
Every time I hear his voice, it makes me violently angry. Yeah, that's fair.
And I know this will sound strange since I just met you, but you don't seem like the kind of person they describe. It'd be a different story if all those rumors were actually true, though. What were all the crimes I'd heard? Burglary, murder, and elephant tusk trafficking, was it?
What? Huh? Where? What? Can I hear that story? I've done none of that. That's a first for me. I drive without a license too. That's a first for me.
It's absurd,
Sweetest Strider, welcome in. How you doing?
Rumors can't be trusted at all. Yet everyone starts shaking in their boots whenever they hear your name. You know what? It just hit me. I haven't introduced myself yet.
I'm TauTassieTiger.
Oh, I'm sorry to make you go first. I apologize this was such a long time coming, but I hope we can get along well.
Oh, you got snow there too, Sweetest Strider. Enjoy, honey bun. That is so absurd. It is absurd, isn't it? Also, lovely translator, would you like me to call you trans or translator or something else? And Nix, I actually don't know if there are elephants in Japan. Good question. Yeah, Kamoshida. Well, also all the young ones, all the young people were spreading a lot of misinformation too.
I believe you already learned from our meeting at school that my...
Oh, hello? Gymnast?
What the hell just happened? Huh, look.
It seems to be a Shujin Academy pocketbook. The name Kasumi Yoshizawa is written inside.
Got it just in time. Here you are. Don't let go of things you like, okay?
No, but illicit tusk trafficking is an industry worth a lot of money. Yeah, definitely. You dropped this.
Huh? I guess you sleuthed me out before I got to tell you. Well, you've cracked the case. I'm Kasumi Yoshizawa, a first year.
Translator's good? All right, terrific translator, you got it. Tao accidentally skipped dialogue? No, I don't think I did. I think it just went. Was that when she interrupted herself? Because she interrupted herself at one point. I'm not sure. I heard there's been a cut down a lot more lately, the ivory smuggling. I hope so. I hate that. It's so sad. Was in the hospital strap, but got released Friday morning. Oh gosh, so I could go back to my academy and continue teaching my officers. Went home this weekend to check out my home. Oh, Strider, I'm so sorry that you were in the hospital, honey, but I'm glad that you're feeling well enough to go back to the academy and stuff. Are you an athlete?
Figured that out too, huh? Well, yes, I compete in gymnastics. It's not that difficult once you get the hang of it. Just a hop, skip, and a jump.
Gymnastics, huh? Hey, don't you think some of those moves would be awfully useful? I was just thinking about how the Phantom Thieves need to get some sweeter moves, too.
What's the matter, Senpai? Wait, is there a cat somewhere around here?
Can you teach me that stuff?
Does that mean you're interested in gymnastics? That makes me so happy. I'd be honored if you'd allow me. The only problem is, I have a favor to ask for myself as well, if you wouldn't mind. Lately, I haven't been getting the results I want from my performances, and I'm worried that I'm overthinking things. So it would be wonderful if you could give me some advice whenever you have the time.
You want my advice?
Sure I do. I'd love if you were willing to lend me an ear from time to time.
I see. It sounds like a pretty sweet deal to me. What do you think?
Hope I'm helpful to you.
Thank you. Then we've cut a deal.
Oh God, that's the heart attack. Ah! We're back in the interrogation room. And still drugged out of our fucking minds.
I've read in the reports that the Phantom Thieves' physical abilities are more acrobatic than the average person's. It seems you've gained an aptitude for specialty equipment as well. Wouldn't a natural conclusion to draw be that you were trained by an expert in that field? Well, tell me the truth.
Ooh, we got a new confidant.
Thou art I. Thou hast acquired a new vow.
Every time you meet a new confidant, she has to yell at you. Yeah, I think that's true, Red. I think you're absolutely right. Thank you for the lurk, Asamasi.
With the birth of the Faith Persona,
Faith Persona.
I have obtained the winds of blessing that shall lead to freedom and new power.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, why don't we exchange contact information? Huh? It shut down. Sorry, my smartphone's been acting up lately. It's back! Okay, I'll contact you when I've got free time, if that's fine.
I wonder what's going on with her phone. I feel like that is a line for a reason.
Students. The cleanup event will be ending momentarily. Please do not discard your trash in the bins here. Instead, bring your waste to the predetermined location for disposal. After that, we will be officially releasing everyone for the day. Thank you all for your hard work.
Well, the cleanup seems to be finished. We're already in our gym clothes. Would you care for some basic training before heading home?
Oh,
Let's start
shit.
with some core exercises. Those are the foundation for staying in shape.
Let's go, Kasumi. I trained with Kasumi.
Yo.
Another box game for you.
Hey, what'd you get? Oh. Must be what you ordered off the TV. We're finally home. Ugh, you're all dusty. Hurry up and get changed.
Hey.
This soundtrack was so pervasive during my playthrough that I always hear it whenever someone mentions tarot. Yeah, I could see that. What if she's a super secret agent for an interstellar organization? Ah! What if? What if Yoshizawa is actually a bean in a human disguise? Could be, could be.
I wonder if that Yoshida guy is giving a speech in Shibuya again today.
I mean, when you put it that way, Cat. It was Central Street, wasn't it? Any Morgana haters in chat? I am not a fan of Morgana. I find him quite annoying. That's like the one thing I love, like 95% of character. If I already like an anime or a game or something like that, I can adore pretty much every character, but you can almost guarantee that I will never like the mascot character. Like I fucking hate, what's his name in Monster Hunter Stories? The talking cat. He brings every game he is in down by about 3 points. This is out of 10, which is a pretty substantial margin. Yeah, 3 whole points just because he's so fucking irritating, and Morgana is annoying as fuck as well. Part of the job, Strat. I'm the senior instructor for this class, but it's a temp assignment. My federal duties come priority if something happens. Oh, so sorry though, Strat. I hope that you're not in too much pain. I have a tattoo of the fuzzball on my leg. Oh God. Naviru. That's it. Thank you, Nix. Yeah, Naviru drives me fucking crazy. Naviru is more annoying than Morgana, but Morgana drives me crazy too. Morgana has like some use, but Naviru feels so useless. Hi there, Rex. How you doing? It's good to see ya. Thanks for coming back. Listen, everyone is allowed to have their own opinions. If you love him, translator, please go ahead, love him. I will never put you down for it. But I just don't like characters like that. I find them to be very, they take me out of everything. You know what I mean? Like I understand that they're like comedic relief and like the exposition characters and stuff, but I just don't appreciate it. You know what I mean? I'm neutral about Morgana. I have complaints, but I also think he has good points too. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, this is my first time playing this, so maybe at the end I'll be like, oh, he's actually better than I thought he was. But the reason I don't like him is because he is so, as of right now anyway, he's so uppity and so like kind of arrogant and just seems to have like this one-track mind, and it's really, really irritating. Oh, right, the clip. Hold on one second. Let me see. Let's watch this new clip from Strat. Hold on. Is it about possums or is it about like a mutant possum or a possum that eats people or a person who eats possum? No, that would be too sad. A person that turns into a possum or that controls possums. All the possums, and then there's like Possum is a horror movie? Is it about possums or is it about like rewatch this over time? Possum or a possum that eats people or a person who eats possums? No, that would be too sad. A person that turns into a possum or that controls possums. all the possums, and then there's like, I like my MVs. That's so funny. I love that strat. That's amazing. Excellent editing work. That would not have been nearly as funny without your amazing editing work. That was golden. Absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for that. That's absolutely fucking amazing. I love the loading bit, and I also love the like piling of the possums and the rah. So cute. Amazing work, strat. Amazing work. Oh yeah, I know. I loved it, sweet strat. I also have the Phantom Thieves hat on my shoulder. That's so cool, translator. Oh my gosh, that is awesome. Give me pause powers for real though. Let me control them so I can have an army of tick eaters. Oh, do they eat ticks? Let's go. You say you don't like mascot characters, but what about Momoko and or Eskie from Clair Obscur? I don't like mascot characters in a lot of like Japanese media. I don't mind characters that actually have function over the things that I've mentioned, which Eskie and Momoko do, but I feel like Morgana and Naviru are two perfect examples of mascot characters I cannot stand. The final brow is a kicker for me. American possums are nearly immune to rabies and prevalent pest eaters. That's really, that's incredible. I did not know that, Red. Let's go. What amazing little guys. Even the mouse in that one specific in America. Wait, which one, Seti? All right, we gotta go see the man, the myth, the politician. Thanks, Morgana. Stop you from going outside less in the rural version. Yes, I'm glad that Morgana, because it's been really annoying when he has stopped me from going outside, but it is better now. The mouse that is everywhere? Do you mean Mickey Mouse? I've never been a big fan of Mickey Mouse.
Please consider what I have to say.
I don't think Momoko and Eskie are true mascot characters, but I might be wrong. I also agree with you, Shadow. I don't think those are necessarily like mascot characters. I don't think they're, when I'm talking about mascot characters, I'm not actually talking, which is confusing, because I'm not actually talking about the mascot for the game. Because I would actually say that Joker is like the mascot for this game, but I'm talking about like mascot characters, you know, like that one fucking cat thing in Madoka Magica. Yeah, not rodents, they're big bug eaters though. Okay, Australian possums are immune to rabies because Australia does not have rabies. Yes, so they are not immune to rabies, but we don't have rabies here, thank God, so. Morgana isn't even the most insufferable Persona mascot? Oh no, that's not good. Not thrilled about that. All right, let's see. There have been far too many incidents recently to ignore. Can anyone deny this? Have you played P4? Do I need to tell you about Teddy? Actually, no, Azza, I haven't played any Persona game. This is my very first Persona game ever. I'm loving it though. It's really, really good. The runaway train incident, mysterious psychotic breakdowns, a school with a corrupt teacher. Wait a second, we've been through this.
Hey, about Yoshida's speech skills. We should make use of them when you negotiate with shadows.
Oh, good idea.
Right? You should ask him.
I want to do what you do. I just feel like it. How shall I teach you? It's time for my speech. Let's talk about this later.
Thank you for the lurk, sweetest try. Sleep well, okay?
And while our society appears to be prosperous, many of our young people are quietly suffering. They lack jobs, security, savings. The next generation will lead us into the future. And yet they have no plan for how to arrive there.
Watch where you're going, you little shit.
Oof.
You bumped into me, you old goat.
Yikes.
This isn't good.
Let's mediate.
Yes, let's. Good citizens, please stop fighting. What is the point of bickering over such a trivial matter?
This is none of your business. Yeah, seriously, just shut up.
Okay, voice actor.
What's with this guy?
Now, if you'll please excuse me, I must return to my speech. Together, we can create a bright future for the next generation.
Ugh. God, so righteous. That really annoys me.
Red, such an amazing politician, uniting people together in their hatred for him. Poor guy. We have possums everywhere in Wisconsin. Awesome animals. You can walk up to them and pick them up by the scruff. Really? I thought opossums were like quite dangerous. Persona 4 is not only the most annoying generally, but his obsession with a female cast member is even worse than Morgana's. Oh, no thank you. One of the best social links. Is that Tony Soprano?
Enough of your arrogance, no good Tora.
Ooh.
What? As if anyone would actually vote for you!
Yikes.
Are you planning to embezzle funds again? Or maybe criticize one of your constituents again? You criminal!
No, that was all in the past.
Oh boy.
I've gone and done it again.
Aren't you gonna get mad? Hi,
I can't
nibbles
do that in my situation. Regardless, whenever someone calls me no good Tora, I panic. I went through quite an ordeal 20 years ago. Let me explain. I used to be a member of the National Diet. I was elected during the rise of the Kuromoto children. We were backed by powerful Diet members. This was about 20 years ago. I was very inexperienced back then, both as a politician as well as a human being. That inexperience led me to be involved in a series of major political scandals. People refer to my blunders as no good Tora's 3 strikes. The first was being caught missing a legislative meeting to take a personal vacation. Then, I was accused of embezzling a large sum of money from the party.
But did you do it?
Giving me 2 strikes. Finally, I called a voter an idiot at an open forum, which resulted in scandal and strike 3.
Did they deserve it?
I was out and branded a washed-up politician. You said you wanted to become a member of the Diet.
I did not say that.
But
I said I wanted to do what you do.
You?
Questionable background, accused of embezzlement. However, he has conviction and wants to change the world. Public speaking skills could be helpful to the Phantom Thieves, so I'll make a deal with him.
Do you really want to receive my guidance?
Your speeches sound great.
I'm happy to hear that. However, everyone says I have no chance to get elected. So why come to me?
Confidence in yourself, bud.
You're doing a good job of cheering me up. But you may be right. The most important part about giving a good speech is believing in yourself. Perhaps one day, I will believe in myself again. But you sure got me there. You're a strange young man. Very well. If learning how to give a great speech is what you seek, then I'd be happy to instruct you. In exchange, I would like for you to continue assisting me. Let's get started, shall we?
I've made a deal with Yoshida. Oh, we got another flash forward. Also, Magnificent Maddie, it's going well. How are you? If you want a specific persona, you might have to pull out the calculator. That is fair.
Staging your crimes with calling cards. It's hard to believe that a student could manage this alone.
Doofish, or do it?
For example,
Hi, the
someone
Doofish. How are you?
enough to move people with words. Perhaps they coached you. Isn't that right?
I am thou. Thou art I.
I'm kind of surprised they don't have the voice actor for the
It shall become the wings of rebellion that
for the
break up
confidant
chains of captivity.
voicing this bit. You said it right the first time, and I'm doing
With the
good.
birth of the
Do?
sun
Was that right?
persona,
The Doofish?
I have obtained the winds of blessing that shall lead to freedom and
I'm
new
doing
power.
good. I'm glad you're doing well, sweetheart. Awesome. Well, welcome in. The sun persona. Interesting. Oh, that's a scary drawing. You're back. Oh no, Ozzy,
I'm
you're
gonna
okay.
head on out for now. I might come back later or I might not. Was still fun hanging out though. See you all later.
Have a good one, Precious Patricia. Thanks for dropping in for a couple minutes. All right.
Let's pursue your dream of becoming a member of the Diet. Oh my, we've been talking for far too long. Let's call it quits for today. You.
You. I'm sorry. There's something I forgot to mention. It's about my speech schedules from this point on. Would you be willing to stick around to hear it?
Of course.
Thank you. Don't worry, it won't take too long. I'll be here giving my speeches every Sunday. You're welcome to drop by and help whenever you've got the time.
Well then, I shall see you again soon.
That's all I wanted to say. Now, be careful on your way home.
Nothing bad happened, just can't explain what actually happened here. Oh, okay, all good, Ozzy, as long as everything's okay.
Morning.
Just finished playing some Persona today. Oh, awesome. Wanted to see someone else play. Awesome. Well, do. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, hon. This is my very first time ever playing any Persona game. So we're trying to avoid spoilers, but I hope that you enjoyed your time with Persona. Were you playing 5 or a different one? And you finished a drawing. Amazing, sweet space cat. Awesome. It was a long thing in making. Oh, okay. All good, Ozzy.
What's up? By the way, the exhibit's till the end of the week, huh? We did what we could, and now we gotta wait for the results.
Wanna head out? I will avoid saying any spoilers, and it was indeed 5 Royal. Oh, amazing! And you liked it, do? Was this your first time playing it as well?
True. It's important to take a breather after some hard work. But I feel like my body will be weaker if I play around too much.
Hi, Cutie Core, welcome in. 39th? I'm sorry, 39th time playing? Surely this is your favorite game. I like the lead speak there, Azza.
I've actually gotten into fishing lately, although it's just pond fishing from time to time. I can't go sea fishing because I get seasick easily. So much for my dream of being a sailor. Oh, right. When people think of sailing the high seas, they tend to think of pirates. Even though they're ruffians who plunder other ships and coastal settlements through force, for some reason, they ended up getting romanticized. Now then, Tiger-kun.
What is the answer?
Do you know which peg-legged, parrot-toting historical figure's appearance became visual shorthand for pirates?
Was it? Oh, fuck. I know it's not Anne. I don't think it was Captain Kidd. I think it was either James Cook or John Silver. Maybe it's John Silver. I think James Cook, is that the one that like fucked around and found out with Australia? Is that where I've got that from? Or is that a different person? I know every single inch about this game. That is amazing, dude. Oh my god, that's really, really impressive. So you've done like every single thing there is to do, surely. One? You think it's Captain Kidd? What does the network say? Okay, 89%. I thought it was John Silver. So I guess I think I'm right about that. 89% said John Silver, which, to be fair, that is what I was thinking. I'm pretty sure that's right.
This is it. Very good.
Yes! Woo! Okay, cool. I only know Blackbeard, the actual pirate. Thank you for the lurk, dearest Doc. How you doing? I hope you're having a good one. Thank you so much for being here. I can't remember if John Silver is real or fictional from Treasure Island. I just remember that Long John Silver's was a food place that we went when I was a kid, and they had like a thing on every one of their walls. It was a little chain, but they had a thing on every one of their walls talking about how he was like the epitome of what we think of when we think of pirates. It's not backseating if we say it's wrong. I mean, no, but it's unfortunate. Anne Bonny was a neat pirate. She did a lot of thievery in theater. Yeah, I do know that Anne Bonny was pretty awesome, but I know that she's not who we normally think of. Though most of the times I have... Oh, you have an app for assistance. Interesting, just to like make sure that you hit everything that you want to hit.
That is correct. The answer is Long John Silver.
Yeah, Long John Silver was the name of the place I used to eat at.
A character from Treasure Island.
Ah, rad, you got it.
The story of Long John Silver informed much of our modern view of pirates. Unfortunately, he only exists in fiction. In terms of non-fictional pirates, well, Captain William Kidd made quite a name for himself, I'd say. Maybe you're familiar with the story of his execution, how he declared that he hid all of his treasure in one place.
Wow, he got it right! Is he really a criminal?
He seems like a punk, but maybe he's actually serious about studying.
Wow, he must be really smart to be able to answer a question like that!
That, and it does remind me of what personas I need to fuse to get me somewhere. Oh, yes, that makes a lot of sense too.
Though research seems to indicate that he didn't actually have much, still, several novels were written based on his legend, and people still look for his treasure today. By the way, I've heard that there's an island in Kyushu where Kidd's treasure is said to sleep.
Yep. Kidd's secret treasure, huh? Regardless of its actual worth, there's still value in letting that many people dream about it.
Blackbeard lit fuses in his beard to intimidate people? Kind of metal. That's so metal.
I didn't think she would come. Oh, maybe she's skipping practice.
I hate those events. All they do is make me dirty and tired. The next thing that I think they'll do it again next year? If they are, I am definitely skipping.
When did the goody two-shoes first year come along? Her whole "I'm not really bothered" routine really pisses me off sometimes.
Yikes. It does remind me of what personas I need to fuse to get me somewhere interesting.
The pollen's bad today. If lots of people are suffering from pollen allergies, it could be affecting mementos too.
What are your plans for today? I'm wandering around Shibuya. I'm feeling kind of restless. I'll still be in the station for a bit, so let me know if anything comes up. No, we're not gonna go see her because I want to see if... Oh, it's just on that I can go see. I really want to go and see the counselor again. Hi there, Sweetest Solar. Thank you so much for the lurk, hon. I appreciate you. Oh, Makoto? What is it? I was so engrossed in my book, I didn't notice you. Oh, I almost forgot. I have a student council meeting to attend. Are we done here? Oh, well then, see ya. She's just continuing to stand there. Have you fed your plant? I have fed my plant. I feed it whenever I can. I click on it pretty often. Thank you for the care package, Magnificent Monstera. Best girl spotted. Oh, Azza, you agree with Nathan? Nate's favorite romance person, romantic partner, Makoto.
Thank you for the care package, Monstera, and thank you for the head pat, Monstera, as well.
Thank you, lovely. Yes, it is indeed break time. I cannot say my choice of romance as it's spoilers. Oh, thank you so much for not spoiling. I appreciate it. Yeah, you're welcome. As soon as we discover that someone is romanceable, or as soon as we discover an area or whatever, you're welcome to be like, oh, this is my favorite area, or oh, this is the person I want to romance, or this is my favorite character, or whatever. Okay. You guys, we're gonna go on a quick break. For those of you who are new here, like lovely dear, we go on a break every hour for 3 minutes. It's 180 seconds, not too long, and I only do that so that you do not get hit by ads. So it's this big, long 3-minute block where I actually walk away from the computer, so there's no content being made. And I suggest you do the same because it's healthy for you to move around. And also this is a good opportunity to hydrate, grab yourself something to eat, or stretch, go to the bathroom. If you need to take any vitamins or medication, good time for that. But yes, I will see you in 3 minutes, sweethearts, and I'll miss you terribly, but I will see you soon. Mwah! Okay, let me try not to set off the alarms again, shall I? I'll look at them. Welcome. I love the hand waves. I love waving. Hello, 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 hello. And it will be Final Fantasy 14. So I'm not sure how you feel about Final Fantasy, but if you'd like to come on, I would love to have you. I hope that for this evening, though, you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for joining us, Nelson. And thank you guys so much for the level 9 hype train. 52 subs, 100 bits. Thank you so much. Without a mustache, it remembers those, it resembles those coin-eating bank cubes. Oh, ew, it does. It does. You are right. You are right. Ugh. After the con, Tau's back on the grind again. Woo! Nah, it's never a grind. You guys are the family I like coming. Sweetest Strat, thank you so much for being so sweet about my scuffy earlier stream. And yes, you must add a bunch of scuffling. Scuff, 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 scuff. That's the scuff song. How was your day? Okay, let me try not to set off the alarms again, shall I? I'll look at the. I also have not seen it. I remember hearing it a bit once, like a Discord user or something, getting an interview by the FBI or something, where the agents asked the person, "Tell us about the Chinese hackers you've been communicating with." Wait, who? The hackers, Li Mao and his brother Wim Fao. Hello, sweethearts. Welcome back. I have missed you terribly. Hello, hello. 3 minutes as promised. Sorry, my hair's choking me. Hi, awesome Aussie. Uppies for you. Welcome back to you, and welcome back, sweetest Sedu. Welcome back, sweet Shadow. Welcome back, magnificent Monstera. You're gonna draw while you watch. Sounds good, sweet Sedu. Welcome back, sweetest Strat. Welcome back, cutie Cyber. All right. Magnificent Monstera. How are you, cutie pie? Lizard, 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 lizard. Lizard! Yes! I'm counting that. I'm counting that. Have you gotten a chance to watch Frankenstein? No, I've been too busy. I'm hoping to watch it sometime this week. Probably Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, if I'm able to find some time. Have you already seen it, Strat? Your hair feels soft. It is soft. Back to sleep. Yes, go to sleep, sweet Strat. Welcome back, Nix. With toast jam slice. Some uppies for you. Uppies. Hey, good Nix. Only half of it. I'm enjoying it. Awesome. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Yeah, I just haven't had time, unfortunately. Because, wait, today is Sunday. Yeah, last night I was playing D&D. And we were really busy all day yesterday. We went on a hike, and then we went to a birthday party. And then we got home and I immediately started doing D&D, and then I was doing D&D until 1 in the morning, and then I went to bed. Alrighty, let's see here. What has everyone done today? Let's have a look. All right, Mementos, Palace, calling card. People are waiting till the last minute for the calling card. God damn. You got a D&D game until very early too? Yeah, exactly, Storm. We could go see Takemi. We could see On Trial by Borger. I'm tempted to do the Borger challenge again. When you're drinking cold water, feeling it go through your system so good. Yeah, I do like that. That's a good feeling, but it also usually means that I'm really hungry, because if there's food in the tummy, then the water doesn't do the impact. But if there's no food, then it goes. Phew. Hi, Eugene. Thank you so much for contributing to the Community Game Night Challenge. Didn't realize I hit 60 streams. Oh, holy. Cutie Pie, thank you so much for the 60 stream streak. That's amazing. 60. Thank you so much. Thank you, Stream Streak saving option from Twitch. Yay, they did something right. I'm so glad that they did something right. Thank you for the 60, honey. I really appreciate it. Had a chip sandwich, so is there something wrong with me? No, but I think that's mostly, that wouldn't be like super, that wouldn't be a ton of food, and it also is super carby, so I think that your body would still be easily moving around it with the water. Hey, Tao, pardon question. Yeah, shoot, sweetheart. I do Persona-themed D&D campaigns. What? That's so cool, dude! Those have to be the longest campaigns, surely. Are they really, really long? Mine was easily distracted. Rule 34 plants got involved. Oh my god. Okay. Boogie time.
Welcome to Big Bang Burger, open 24 hours a day because there's no day or night in space. We are now officially offering a new limited edition spring item, the Earth Burger. What can I get for you?
Take the challenge.
You'd like to take on the Big Bang Challenge? As you are a second mate, the difficulty of the mission will be increased. The challenge will cost 2,000 yen.
That's a big change. Yee, okay. We are still stuck in July after 2 years. That's insane, dude. But that sounds so fun. Are you the DM or are you one of the players? I'll admit I've never had a chip butty before. What's on it besides the potatoes? I guess it's kind of like whatever you want to put. I don't know if I could do just chips, but I would totally do a chip sandwich with like peanut butter and jelly, or like, honestly, I put chips on any sandwich. I would put chips on any burger too. Yummy.
Now then, go take a seat and good luck.
You're the DM! That's awesome! Rude.
Thank you very much.
As you have moved up to the rank of second mate, this is your next foe.
Oh, God.
Whoa. Holy crap! It's humongous! This is the Gravity Burger, a burger so large that it almost has its own gravitational field. Once again, this will be no easy feat to overcome.
Chip sandwich with PB&J. Questionable in my opinion. Wait, really? So you literally just put chips between plain white bread and that's it? I don't know. I don't think I could do that one. I know I butter the bread. Hot chips. Oh, yummy. I love hot chips. Yeah, hot chips go on anything. There are also crisps sandwiches. True. Have you seen the Spirit horse movie? Yes! I love Spirit. It's such a good movie. I watch it sometimes still. I know you mentioned seeing Hidalgo and a bunch of older animated ones. Horse person to horse person. Yes! I love Spirit. Stallion of the Cimarron. I still listen to the music from it. It's so good. You include tomato sauce. Okay.
So this one comes with a prize too. Do your best, Tao.
Now then.
Well then, it's time to get the 30-minute Big Bang Challenge started. Ready? Go!
Also, you guys, excellent work on defeating the boss. It looks like there's a whole head of lettuce in here. The burger's already cold. Oh, yucky!
I don't think you have the luxury of enjoying the taste. Don't chew, just swallow.
Couldn't do it. No, I don't think so. This is the first time I've tried it, so.
Aw, it didn't work out. You had a ton of energy at the start, though. Guess it'll take quite a bit more courage to tackle this challenge.
It'll be difficult to finish the whole thing at my current guts, knowledge, and proficiency. Kuro! Kilala, hello! Yep. Hi there, cutie Kuro. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you, darling. Welcome on in. Thanks so much for being here, cutie pie. That burger is enormous! It is. Here's a fun fact. The Big Bang Burger Challenge costs much less at night. Oh, maybe that's why it seemed like it was more expensive. Hi, lovely Kuro. How are you doing? Still eating about half is still quite impressive. Yeah, exactly.
I admire your enthusiasm in the face of adversity.
Thanks, bud. Thanks, bud. Got a little more towards them guts.
Wanna head back? Come on, we should head home. I'm full just from watching you.
Garfield, stop thinking this small guy is gonna eat this big of a burger. He'll manage at some point. We'll just stretch his tummy a little bit.
You're back.
Hey, actually, didn't Kawakami give you her phone number? Are you gonna call her?
Oh, I guess I should probably do that. I forgot that I have her. Oh my god, I have so many. Oh my god. No, I'm not looking at, we gotta delete some of our, some of these messages gotta get deleted, man. Honestly, as long as they let you take home the leftovers, it's still a steal. That is true, it is definitely still a steal. Going to any bathroom will allow you to see how far you are from a social stat growth. Yes, I do think that I figured that out over here. But, because I'm going to think, is that right? And then... I should reflect for a bit. I feel like I'm getting somewhat close to improving my knowledge, my charm, my proficiency, and my guts, as well as my kindness. Okay, everything's kind of close. So I'll just need to mow through some of them. Crosswords! Oh, I love crosswords! Let's play some crosswords. Time for a trip. Golden? Golden? Golden Week? Golden. It fits. Cool. I was right. Awesome. Golden Week. Yay! One word multitask. Golden Week is a holiday that typically spans the end of April to the beginning of May and includes Saturday and Sunday. The golden part of the phrase came from the Japanese broadcasting term golden time, which refers to the most desirable time slot of the day.
All right.
I see. Oh, wow! Even I couldn't figure that one out. Nice. Maybe you got a bit smarter after solving those crossword puzzles.
I'm okay. Just gonna do a live video on Twitch since Facebook won't let me do them. Sorry to hear that, Kuro. Alrighty. What have we got to say today? Why did I take in a kid like this? I must be getting old. Is there another crossword?
Man.
Oh, man. Oh, I pressed a button. Okay. Oh, that's right. We can talk here. That's right. Incredible Iridius, thank you so much for the care package, darling. Appreciate you. Yummy. There's the public phone. Should I call the maid delivery service? I don't have enough guts for that. I don't feel like I can call from LeBlanc unless I have enough guts to be staunch. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay. What can we go do to up our guts? Let's see.
Hello!
Hello, lovely lab. How are you doing, sweetheart? Not only am I the DM, I'm also the designated chef of the group too. Whenever I'm hosting for someone else or someone else allows me to cook in their kitchen. Oh my God, dude, can you be my DM? That sounds amazing. Yummy. Yummy! That's proficiency job. Do any of these, this is me actually asking a question, by the way, so I appreciate any answers you can give me here. But, is there anything I can do? Is there anything on the right side here, next to me? Ta-da. That I can get guts from doing? Besides the burger, because I had the burger just now. Hi there, lovely lock and load. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Need to find a payphone not in front of the old man then? Oh yeah, maybe. Maybe so. I'm good debating accepting the 55-minute meal break offer. Hell yeah. Less money but longer break. I mean, how are you feeling, lovely laugh? Can we find a payphone? Can we do that?
Now listen up.
There's no jobs that boost your guts. You can get guts from renting a DVD. Gotcha. Okay, thank you, dearest. Maybe I can, actually, I wonder if I can go to Shibuya and, I really do need to go and rent some more. Is this the right area? Airsoft shop. Yeah, I don't think I've rented a DVD for a really long time. That's a bookstore. Actually, can I buy something at the bookstore? Welcome. The popular books are over here. Oh, nice. Awesome. Okay. Fashion magazine for girls with unique tastes. Do I have any of these? I do not. Can I just buy all of them? Be knowledgeable about internet crimes? Fuck, I'll just buy all this shit, dude. I have money for it. I will never have nothing to read. Awesome. Great. Yeah, I've been needing to do this for a long time, so let's go grab, oh, a crib shop. I'm a crepe person. I love crepes.
Ugh, my eyes are so watery.
My eyes are so watery. Sorry. That's the 777. I don't want them to think that I want to work there right now. Where is the... Some books increase guts and DVDs will help you. That's the drugstore. Actually, wait a second. Can I get some stuff?
Take your time.
Oh, I sure can. 20 HP, are you joking? I mean, I guess everything's quite cheap, so. Wide eye drops, secures dizzy. Maybe I should have a couple of these. I don't have any of them. Dizzy is annoying too, but despair. I'll get like 3 of those. Hot and sour, cures sleep. Whoa, 200 HP to 1 ally and lowers defense. Huh? God, the side effects are not great. Lowers attack. Lowers accuracy and evasion. Or wait, or are those like, this is not well written. This says restores 100 HP to 1 ally and lowers attack. Does it mean it restores 100 HP to 1 ally and lowers the attack of your foe? Or it's the side effect of using this, restores 100 HP to 1 ally and lowers your ally's attack? The DVD rental place is across from the bookstore. Oh, perfect. Thank you, dearest Dio. I will definitely go and find that. Side effects. Oh, that blows. All right, we will not take those. We'll go see Mad Scientist Lady instead. All right, so across from the bookshop. The bookshop was right here. Yep. So right there. Yay! Amazing. Okay, let's rent another DVD. That's Charming Kindness. Oh man, oh I already did the X folders one, I think. Gives you guts. Adventures of a man who is proficient in jury rigging tools out of anything. Guy McVer. MacGyver. A moving story of a woman who can talk to ghosts. Gives you kindness and charm. Maybe we'll do Bubbly Hills, I guess. That's too bad. Okay. It's a vending machine. Is there anything else that I can... Oh, you know who I haven't want to go and see is our Airsoft friend. Hello, sir. You again. I need to talk to him about modified model guns.
So, what are you here for?
I want to talk about the bag. I could ask him if I had dauntless guts. Fuck! I still don't have...
Don't come in here if you don't got a reason to. This ain't a playground, you know.
Fuck. Can I have another burger? He's gonna never want to eat beef again after this. Holy. Okay. Where's the burger place? I want to see.
I don't even want to know.
Oh my god, where is it? How am I lost on this one little street? I mean, there's a lot going on here, to be fair, but yeah, there we go. Isn't that what actual medicine does IRL? Side effects? Yes. Oh. Oh, goody! 500! Let's go! Yeah, that's much cheaper than what I did during the day. Oh my god. 1 large burger is equivalent to 1 week of being a vegan.
Thank you very much. Now then.
Alrighty. CJ! Hi, cutie CJ, the wandering artist. Welcome in, sweetheart. Hopefully you can put your feet up here. Joker is a growing boy. Just horizontally. You need rank 3 guts to start Kawakami's confidant, and you need rank 4 to start EYs. Oh, okay. I gotcha. Oh, I gotcha. Well, we know how this is gonna end. True.
Wanna head back?
What do you mean put my feet up? You know, relax, chill out. Your name is Wandering Artist, so I figure if you find a place to settle in and not wander, then you can relax.
Sorry. I couldn't hold it in. You'll have to make some kind of excuse for me.
Now for today's train news. Today's headlines are: employee posts nude chef selfie. Wild Duck Burger claims to have fired the employee in question. What the fuck? Those close to the man voiced their surprise, vouching for his seriousness at work. Is Shibuya unsafe? Crime rising. The police are issuing warnings for people to be wary of scams. Hotspots of Tokyo. Tickets for the Madarame exhibit are available until June 5th.
The Madarame exhibit goes on until June 5th. That's the end of this week. We'll show him what a change of heart means.
Morgana has the plague. No, it's just high pollen, just high pollen. Fair point?
Yeah. The pollen's bad today. I bet it's affecting mementos too.
Oh, you kind of want to talk today, Ryuji. CJ, sweetheart, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in, darling. How are you doing? I kind of want to talk today. Oh, well, more like I gotta unload all this crap off my chest. Why don't we just grab some ramen? You know, shake things up. I'll take you over to a special shop I know. Oh. Okay, listen, fine, I'll go out with them. It's kind of far, but the flavor's killer. Get pumped, dude. It's over in Ogikubo, so let's get... Oh, Ogikubo. So let's grab a train over there. We got another new place. Holy shit. Well, one of the many things that I that like this game is that new game plus. Your social improvement equipment and money gets transferred over? That's awesome. So hypothetically, you could like do 2 or 3 runs of New Game Plus, and you would be able to max out like everything. Is that right? Be like truly just a Jerry suit. I'm good, chilling through a big storm right now. Ooh, CJ, I hope you stay nice and safe and cozy. I'm glad. It sounds to me like you really enjoy storms. Is that right? The entire list of the Persona games I've played are Persona 2 Innocent Sin, Persona 3 Fez, Persona 3 Portable, Persona 4 Golden, Persona 4 Arena Ultimax, Persona 4 Dancing All Night, Persona 5 Dancing Under Starlight, Persona 3 Dancing Under Moonlight, Persona 5 Strikers, Persona 5 Royal, Persona 5 Tactica, and Persona 3 Reload. Holy. Oh my god, that's so much. But that's awesome, dude. You clearly absolutely love... You must be a really passionate Persona fan. Yeah, it does. That's really cool, actually. I just like the sound of rain and the cold. Both of those are super nice, CJ. I agree. It's coming into summer here in Oz, so I'm not thrilled with that. Nani? Nani Storm? What does Fez stand for? That's a good question. Oh, you're an SMT fan in general. I have played, I used to play Shin Megami Tensei, the online version, when that was around. And I've started 5, but I haven't finished it. A quiet and convenient residential district famous for its ramen. Lip-smacking good ramen. The deep flavor of old-style soy broth is worth the long wait in line.
All right.
You can also invite people who may enjoy eating ramen to hang out with you there. Very cool. Fez is the royal treatment for the original P3. Nice. Ah, I love the feeling of noodles sliding down my throat. Sweat dripping over my face. This shit's the best, man. Ramen is life. Light soup like this really gets your body going again after a good run, you know what I mean? We used to come all the way out here after practice and... I guess that's all in the past. By the way, I've seen Nakaoka around a few times, but for some reason it doesn't look like he's getting along with the others. Nakaoka? A guy from the track team. Ex-track team. Remember meeting him back behind the gym? I've been thinking about what he said. How the whole track team was putting up with Kamoshida's shit. How I effed it up for all of them. I think he was right. They don't even got a club room anymore, so they've been storing all their stuff behind the gym. They can't use any school gear either, so they just run laps around the block for practice. There ain't really a place for outcasts like that. I should know that better than anyone. It's good that they're keeping their heads low now, though. I don't want them ending up like me. But you're doing great. You know what? You're right. I guess now that I'm thinking about it, trying to fit in is a real pain in the ass. I mean, I'd never have met you guys if I weren't an outcast, right? So, it's all good. For real, though, it's been a shit ton of fun. Hanging out with you guys is so freaking cool. I feel like my bond with Ryoji is growing deeper. That's cute. Monstera! Oh, late supper time! Absolutely, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate you, darling. Thank you, thank you. And yes, hang out with your adopted son. Don't mind if I do, sweetest Seto. Makes you less likely to be found in the metaverse while dashing. All right. Interesting. All right. Lurk time! Oh, good, cutie Cyber. Honey, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. We'll see you later, okay? Thank you so much for the support. I just hope there's something I can do to help those track guys. Though it'd probably mess them up if I tried to butt in. Oh, yeah, we still gotta find a new spot for our training. I'll think about it. No slacking off till then, okay?
See ya.
Later, dude. May I ask, are you a voice actor or something? You do the voices very well, in my opinion. Oh, thank you so much, cutie CJ. I really appreciate that. That's so sweet of you. Yes, I actually do. I do voice acting, or I have done voice acting. I don't have anything that's that I'd be able to like link you guys to, because anything I've done was before I started VTubing, so it's got like my real name and stuff. But I have done some. And I would really love to get into more stuff like as my VTuber persona. So hey, if you hear anything about opportunities, let me know. But thank you so much for the compliment, CJ. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, anytime that there's like a section of a game where it's not voiced, I generally try and immerse you guys a little bit better. I'm really glad that you like them. Persona 5 was way tougher than Royal, especially with being really clunky. Yeah, that's what Nate said. He played the original, and he's actually never played Royal, so he was like, are you having a good time? I'm surprised you're this far, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, I've been told it's a little bit easier. She does a lot, and it's amazing. Thank you so much, Sweet Sato. You're so sweet. Thank you, lovely. All right. I assume you all are curious, so I'm sending you an update just in case. Madarame is still bedridden. He hasn't spoken a single word. My apologies for not being able to provide anything more solid. Come on, it's not your fault! Don't worry about it! It is June already, though. The exhibition will be ending soon. At least it doesn't seem like Madarame's had a mental shutdown. But there's no point sorry. Anthony, Stars Agent! Hi, lovely Anthony. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thanks for being here, darling. Oh, the English translation wasn't good. Oh, interesting, Jew. Okay. Huh. Did they do a full re-record and everything for Royal then? But there's no point if you don't have a chance fuck, I can't read. If you don't have a change of heart and call off all that legal action bullshit. Was this how it was when you defeated Kamoshida? Not exactly. You think so? Kamoshida did confine himself to his home. Either way, there has been no palpable progress. It appears only the target themselves can tell whether or not their heart has changed. It's a goddamn pain in the ass! But yeah. We just gotta hear from Madarame himself what the deal is. Yeah, there's nothing we can really do. Let's just try waiting a little longer.
Hey! Oh, right! You've been carrying around that sooty armor! How about we wash it over at the laundromat?
Actually, that's a great idea, bud. I forgot that we do that. I love P5 Royal. Oh, amazing! Well, Anthony, this is my very first playthrough of any Persona game, including obviously my very first time playing P5, so please no spoilers, but I'm so happy to have you here, and if you would like to witness someone discover all of the twists, turns, confidants, personas, etc. for the very first time, this is the right space for that. But yeah, welcome in. I'm gonna head out for now. Gonna doom scroll before I write the next chapter of my novel. Ooh, CJ, right? We have a storytelling stream, which is pretty unique because of my narration and VA background. Once you guys save up for the storytelling stream, I actually read your submitted stuff. So it has to be either in public domain or something you have written, but it's a blast. We have a great time, and if you would like to have me read, even if it's just like an excerpt from your novel, You can submit that once you guys save up for it with the channel points. But darling, I hope that you have a great time. If you're going to sleep, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. CJ, it's been a pleasure getting to know you a little bit, and I hope that we will have the privilege of doing so more so in the future. Enjoy writing, okay? For example, Royal, we all know Kamoshida's pure scum. Vanilla, we all know Kamoshida was a scum. Oh yeah, that's not great. Zealous Zap, welcome in, how are you doing? And Zarl, hi Cutie Pie, how are you doing? It's great to see you. Persona 5 came out in winter of 2016 and had a rushed English translation period of about 3 months. With all the dialogue in here? That's crazy. Wow. Silly airplane passerby. How's the weather on your side? Mine's just full of rain clouds, no rain and no wind. It's a bit cloudy, but there's no rain at the moment. I'm glad you're doing well, Zep. All right, let's wash all this sooty equipment. Equipment for cats. Women's equipment. Let's get. Okay. Oh, we can fit 3 more. Oh, great. We'll add all of these then. Wait. Huh? Hold up. I thought that oh, wait. I must have had multiple ones. Okay, let's just run it. I'm glad you're doing well, Zelisa. Will we get rain here finally? It's Brownsville here right now, not Townsville.
This thing is shaking a lot. Well, I hope this will wash clean. Oh, it looks like it's done. And oh, this is much cleaner than I expected.
Whoa, cool. We got some nice shit. I wish that we would have just like used one of the other washers and then I could actually get everything clean.
I want to ask you something.
Hi, Makoto.
Why did Mr. Kamoshida change all of a sudden?
He grew a conscience.
Is that your hypothesis? It's still too sudden. I believe it's only natural to think that something must have caused it. Well, that's fine. Thanks for your valuable opinion. I'll take it into account.
It's charmingly. It is.
Well then.
Pollen's bad again today, huh? The forum request. Do you remember that request from the forum? We still have not resolved it. Simply waiting around is a waste of time. Why not take care of it in Mementos today?
Oh yeah, we still haven't finished Mishima's request. If we're going to Mementos, will you have everyone gather at the hideout?
I kind of do want to go have some combat today, so let's go to Mementos.
You okay?
Man, all this pollen's crazy. It ain't affecting me though. Lucky you.
At the moment, our target count in Mementos is 1.
Wait, no, it's not. We should have 2 things. Oh, yeah, okay, cool. We do, yeah, great. We do have there. Can we get both of these? No? Hold on, am I dumb? How do I do this? If cats disappear from the city, Morgana told me about some cat abductions that are happening. Ask around Yongyan for information. Oh, that's a tip. I think that's a tip. Okay, I need to, I see. Okay, Yongyan. Let's go to Yongyan. Yongyan. There we go. Let's go chat.
Hey! We haven't gathered any info on the cat abductions, have we? Let's try asking people around town.
Oh my god, the pollen is fucking everywhere. It's crazy. Okay, I see some old people talking. Hey, have you been to Shibuya lately?
Yes, I went to see Madarama's exhibit. They were talking about it on Good Morning Japan.
There have been some scary accidents happening recently, so try to be careful.
Oh, you're right. The one back in April was terrible. I hope that sort of thing won't happen again.
Okay, they aren't talking about cats. Bad choice not talking about cats. Really. Another thing that's interesting was that Persona 5 only had one portrait for their characters, but had different expressions for the character, like anger, crying, etc. Royal, however, could afford different expression sprites. Oh, interesting. Yeah, and it is beautiful. It's so pretty. Love the art in this game. Okay, what about you, Grandpa? Welcome.
How can I help you?
How can I help you? Maybe do that first? You mean, go ask around?
Something about the vibe here makes me not want to go in. I'm sure it's filled with regulars.
Also, we're a teenager, so there is that. I see people talking. Oh.
That lady looks really happy now. Is it because she got a bunch of cats?
I suppose. I personally think it's a bit too much. With that many, it gets so loud I can't sleep at night.
A bunch of cats? Hey, she might be talking about that catnapping case. Let's ask her for more information.
Can I help you? You mentioned cats? You're concerned about that household as well. She suddenly brought home a massive number of cats. I wasn't sure if she was all right. It was terribly noisy at night, and they shed everywhere. I'm worried that it's not the healthiest environment to raise those cats. That is worrying. Yes, I agree. I've even told the landlord about the situation in Aino-san's home, but it looks like nothing's changed. I know who? Huh? Her name? I'm not sure. I only say hello to her every now and then, so I don't know her that well.
Doesn't look like we can learn anything else from her. Let's go out there. Let's get out of here and go over what we know so far. So here's what we learned from the mother and child. This Aino lady suddenly adopted a lot of cats. There's concern about the noise at night and shedding. The cats might be acting that way because they're stressed. Okay, we might be able to find some more clues. Let's keep investigating around Yongen.
Will you play other Persona games after this playthrough, Tao? Would be interested to see Tao play the goated Persona game, P3. If you guys vote for it, I will. I basically let you guys pretty much vote for whatever you want as long as it's not horror or FPSs. But I love story-based games, so I'm pretty happy to just let you guys pick, because so far you have not steered me wrong.
Oh. What do you
Was there
want?
something I needed at the supermarket? Let's see. Restores 40 HP to all allies. Jesus, that's expensive. Pack of full of select squid snacks. I'm good.
What?
It always felt so sketchy to me when Joker just asks people for their full name. I know, I'm like, whoa, okay, I guess so. Let's go see Takemi real quick while we're here. Can do some
Allergies
buying.
are so annoying.
Allergies are so annoying. I have a good medicine for them. Just one dose should take care of them, in theory. So, what are you here for today? I want to buy
Please
something.
head to the exam room.
Her name. Give it to me. Now. Yeah. So, happy medium of Halo. I actually loved Halo. I grew up with Halo. Lots of Haloing with my dad.
Well, which do you want?
Okay, well, I only have 2 of
Do you
these.
know what it actually costs to make a new medicine? I bet people would faint if they did.
Let me see. That's all only in safe spaces, which is fine, but I'm more interested in SP stuff. Because I have Morgana with the healing magic. So I only need something to SP. Okay, she's only got HP. Actually, I also want something that's gonna res someone. Revives one.
You want that one?
Yeah, I have 3 of those. I'll take another 3 of them.
Here you go.
I grew up watching my brother get absolutely shat on in Halo 3. That's amazing. I would say I need to go now, but I think I'll take that 55-minute break offer. Go for it, lovely lab. Go for it. I hope that you can take some time to relax and enjoy. I love Halo. Was playing it the other night with my friends on Legendary mode. Very cool. You're here for another 25 minutes. Amazing, lovely lab. Cannot wait to have you for a little bit longer. How far are you in the story? I am not sure, Zarl. We still have not completely changed the heart of Madarame yet, so I am not sure. I am not sure the percentage of the way through or how many we've got to go or anything like that. Where's some people to talk to? So Kimmy doesn't frequent this area enough to help me out with. Wait, what was that? Someone popped up. Oh, that's exhibition. There's Grandma and Grandpa. Oh, hello.
Is the cat not here today either? Maybe that woman really did take him.
A woman? Hey, he might be talking about that catnapping case. Let's ask him for more information.
Did you want to listen to the radio?
About the cat.
Ah, yes. There's this woman who nabs all the cats around here and calls them Snowball. A few people I know have been victims. The same thing probably happened to the cat here.
Have you gone to the police?
Of course I have. They turned me away because I didn't have any proof, though. But I did get her name. It's Ryoko Aino. I made sure to ask while I was there, so there's no mistake. The police just treat cats like objects. Those little guys are family to me. I wish there was something I could do about this mess. You ought to be careful, too, since you're toting a cat around.
Not only are the other cats suffering, but she's also hurting people, too! The Aino household was the one that suddenly got a lot of cats, right? That's got to be our target! We should discuss this with everyone back at the hideout.
Now that you have your target, you will need to make sure everyone's on board with the mission. Summon them to the hideout for a vote. Beep, beep, beep. Ah, fuck! Sorry, that was a little bit dramatic. I just need to go to the hideout. All right, everybody.
Hold on! If I remember correctly, we have some intel on a possible target. Let's check on that before we head into Mementos.
Okay, meeting time. Nothing yet from Madarame, right? I hope the change of heart goes through this time, too. I suggest we head to Mementos instead of wasting time here. Furthermore, do we have any intel about people we can assist? Well, yeah, wait a second. Maybe requests?
Today seems like a perfect day for us to go into Mementos. Let me check our intel. This intel is on the cat abduction incidents occurring in Yongen. Our target is Ryoko Aino, who lives in Yongen. It sounds like many cats have fallen victim, and the neighborhood's residents have already made complaints.
You almost got abducted too, right, Morgana? It seems super dangerous. And I heard that people aren't willing to do anything about it either. We've got to help out the cat owners in any way we can.
Yeah, but there's something that I'm kind of confused about. Why the hell would anyone call Morgana a Snowball? He's barely got any white fur.
I was wondering the same thing. We may be missing a piece of the puzzle here, but I've already sent out the calling card, so we're all ready to go. Let's solve this one for all the cats in Yongen and their owners.
Okay, both have been ID'd, which now means we can Mementos. Let's see, how many targets do we have? 2 of them? Should we get going?
Yeah. Okay, let's go.
Have Tau already met a certain someone in Mementos? It has a chain sound effect when it walks. I don't think so then. No, yeah. I don't think I have. So no spoily, as Sweet Steady says. You can quick travel within Mementos. Open the map with right bumper, select Mementos overview, and choose where you want to go. This can only be done in certain locations, such as the Mementos entrance and the train platforms at the end of each area.
Joker.
Got it.
Oh yeah, I have something for you before we head in there.
Go home, M? Oh, it's go home.
Those were the last I had. You're on your own now, okay? The pollen's out of control today. It'll definitely have an impact on Mementos.
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, Mementos is affected by the emotions of the public.
Wait, so you're saying weather changes people's feelings, and that in turn changes Mementos?
Not just Mementos, the shadows inside too. The type of change will happen depending on what kind of weather it is. This might turn out to be useful.
On days with bad weather, like rain, Mementos will be more dangerous. However, this also is a chance to get extra items. Enemy reinforcements will be more common, but sometimes they will be rare enemies. Also, the items you find may be more valuable, and there will be a greater number of chests. Make good use of these chances.
Hey.
What happens when there's tons of pollen?
I'm not too sure, but the impact on Mementos is determined by how the public is feeling. How have other people been seeming to you?
come to think of it, some of the kids in my class have had bad allergies. They all seem really out of it. Apparently the medicine makes them feel sleepy.
I see. There might be a similar effect in mementos then.
On days with heavy pollen, in addition to the usual effects of bad weather, the shadows in mementos will sometimes be sleeping.
Let's go.
So, it'll probably be easier to beat shadows or ignore them completely. Come on, let's go find out.
I'm raring to work. Let's go.
Okay.
Well then. All right, Joker. What do you want to do?
Change card details? Want to play dress up? Yeah. Graffiti style?
Well then.
Cool. Hold on. So can we? No, we have to. We do have to go in there.
Well then.
More loot! Yeah! Oh yeah, pollen warning. This was a massive cheat code in Vanilla 5. Oh, interesting. Once we get past the bits that might be spoilery for that, you are welcome to elaborate on that, too. Let's start partway in. Become Loot Goblin Tau. Don't you worry, I plan to. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, this is so horror-y.
Hey, this is where we came last time, right?
Yeah, and just as I expected, the path ahead is still open. All right, time to check it out.
Okay. Path of Ayatsbus. Ayatsabus.
Hey, good job.
Oh, it's Jose.
That one closed-up door is finally opened. Are you the one who did that?
Sure am.
I knew it. Mementos filled me in on it. But thank you. I should be able to find more flowers deeper down. Well, I should get going. Good job.
Pew pew. Jose didn't exist in Vanilla. Yeah, I did hear that that was a...
We bumped into that guy again. What was his name?
You mean Jose, right? He's such an adorable little kid, isn't he?
Panther? I'm adorable too, you know?
Yeah. Anyway, he said he was looking for flowers and wanted our help, right? Sounds like he'll reward us too. Doesn't it seem like helping him would be worth it?
I guess. I'm kind of curious about what we'll get. Why don't we go look for him? He's probably still around here.
Looking for him is fine and all, but remember that it's too risky to stay in one area for too long. There's this one really fearsome shadow in Mementos. If we hang around too long, it'll hunt us down.
For real?
Huh? What the hell are you talking about? Why didn't you tell us that before?
If you spend too much time in one area of Mementos, a frightening shadow called the Reaper may appear. The Reaper is extremely powerful. Engaging it in battle is not advised. If you hear the sound of chains, leave the area immediately. That must be what you're talking about, Zarl.
Let's go. We should be fine if we find him quickly. All right, let's get going.
What's that? What are these? Oh, flowers. I'm dumb. Oh, can't go in there. This is why I strongly recommend save on every rest floor. Oh, I should actually probably go and save real quick. Can I save here? Oh, I can't save here. Fuck. Joker, we haven't met up with Jose yet. Let's hurry and find him. I want to save. Fuck. Uh-oh, I've done myself a disservice. Oh, Snuff Soul. Snuff Soul? I heard Ryuji's for real and immediately thought of another streamer because that's his sub alert. Alrighty. That's the chains thing. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Shadow. I'm like, oh, I don't know what the chains thing.
Pedal to the metal. Let's burn this place up.
No, let's not. Hold on.
Try not to get thrown out.
Can we go in here? Oh. Ooh, scary. Oh, boom! Run the bitch over.
All right,
Let's go.
First move is ours.
Okay, I haven't played this for a bit. Like the combat part. Wait, this isn't her, is it? No, this is Saki, so let's go back to her.
There.
Nice.
Let's go.
Oh, those are resistant to that. Okay. That is all right. We've got another bout of wind. And that should take care of him.
Graceful, stylish.
Graceful, stylish. As a car fan, how that van steers, the G-forces would be deadly.
Okay.
Speak of the evil, yeah. Oh, hold on. Is this the right way? Oh. Jesus. There's like gate after gate.
That takes care of this air.
Can I save here? No, I cannot. Can I go up? Or down?
Joker!
Oh, she really wants to meet up with Jose. All right, noted. Thank you for the care package, Awesome Aussie. Appreciate ya. Do you come from a land down under? Yes, I do. Only for the last 6 years. Hi, Fabulous Feather. How are you? It's great to see you. Welcome in. I hope you're feeling much better than you have been, sweetheart. Oh, bad guy. Bad guy. Got him. What is the name of this background music again? Persona fans, help me. Oh, wow, that's a good question. I'm actually not sure.
I lend it.
Oh, not bad.
Well, on to the next trial.
Spectacular victory.
It's a step forward.
Hey, bounced back. Just a mild cough now. That's great, Feather. I'm so happy to hear that, sweetheart.
Right.
Excellent. Amazing.
Child's play.
Oh, you're so... hold on. I like to clear out, like, all of the areas. So... Oh, I think I see Jose picture over here. Got fire magatama? Oh, okay. Interesting. Can I do anything about this?
It's somewhere.
There? No. Okay, there's nothing there. All right. We'll find a different way to him, I guess. Managed a 4-hour sesh last night. Felt like that's about as good as it gets in terms of recovery. That is great, hun. Congratulations. I'm so glad you're feeling much better. I would help, but I have intentionally been avoiding looking up the soundtrack because I don't know if the song titles contain unintentional spoilers. That is a totally valid concern. Absolutely.
I'll admit they're useful, but how are they lighting up?
Hold on. There's gotta be something I'm missing. Ah, we got a bad guy. Oh, scary bad guy! Oh, it's Barrett! We love Barrett here.
Go on, strike!
We got him on the ground.
Can you please give me your skills? Oh. Alright, fine. All out it is. Bye-bye. Poor horsey. I do need to get more horsey personas. Haunts! We love the Haunts.
All right.
They were nothing.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, whoa. We found Jose! Hold on, I don't want to go there yet. I want to make him the last thing I do. Persona 5 OST 39 on YouTube. Nice, Feather. Very good.
Let's go.
Dangerous one in there.
Go on, strike!
Oh, shit.
Very nice.
Wow.
We got an item.
One shot, baby. Nicely
Nice work,
done,
team.
artist boy. Nicely done.
Okay.
That enemy was...
Small gold lump. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Morgana. All right, let me just, I want to make sure that I didn't miss anything. I think I've gotten everything except for...
Something's fishy here.
Something's
Let's
fishy
be careful.
Oh, fuck. That's the chain sound. That's the chain sound. Hold on. I'm gonna talk to this guy first. He's so tiny.
Hey, good job.
Thanks, kid.
Huh. What you got there? That's really neat.
He's looking at my crystal of lust. What is that?
Wow. This is amazing. I recognize it from my studies. I'm feeling strong human desires coming from this accessory. But it still hasn't reached its full potential. May I see it? I won't do any damage to it. I promise. If I just do this, and then this, done. Here you go, mister. Now that accessory can use its
that's
full
the 3
potential.
will seeds you got from Kamoshida combined. Oh, cool. Okay, thank you, Steve. Welcome in, by the way, sweet Steve. How you doing? And you have an interview on Tuesday. Let's go, lovely Lav. Congratulations.
Let me know if you find any others like it.
What's it for?
Okay? Learning about
Is
desires
it the hospital?
also teaches me more about humans.
Interesting. So do I get rewards from Jose anytime that I bring...
Oh, that's right. Here, before I forget.
Stamp book.
Remember when I told you I'd come up with a fun game for us to play in Mementos? I thought of this after seeing the subway in the other world. This will also prove that you're checking for flowers in all sorts of places here. The stamps have different rewards than the flowers, so try to get as much of both as you can.
While exploring Mementos, you may find stamp podiums placed by Jose for you. You will only receive 1 stamp per podium, but after you've collected multiple stamps, Jose will help you with your investigation.
Hey, so, got any flowers for me, mister? If you do, let's trade! I've got some really good stuff.
Whoa! This is such a cool interface, dude. Oh my god.
So, first off...
Change mementos? What is that?
I can change mementos for you in all sorts of ways.
When you collect stamps, you will obtain points that you can use to have Jose change the environmental cognition. By changing the cognition, you will be able to increase the amount of money, experience, or items you can obtain in mementos. That's cool! You will be able to choose which effect to increase by delegating points. Use your points wisely to help make your investigation easier. You can reset the points you delegated by using flowers. However, the more points you delegated, the more flowers you will need. To view the current cognition change, press right bumper to pull up the main map. You can check the status at any time during your investigation. That's really cool. Oh my god, that's really fucking sick. But I have no stamps right now, is that right? Yeah, I have no stamps, okay. That makes sense. Let's see.
I'll trade you some great stuff for some flowers.
When you speak to Jose in Mementos, you will be able to trade flowers for items. Different items cost different amounts of flowers. The rarer the item, the higher the price. These flowers cannot exist outside of Mementos, so be careful. Oh, you will lose all flowers you have collected when you leave. Oh, so we really need to make sure that we do this. I see, okay. Tool that can only be used in safe places, restores 20% SP to all allies like that. Restores 50 SP, okay, we're gonna be using him a lot. I love SP restores. Small vial of liquid, high chance of inflicting sleep. Small vial of liquid, high chance of inflicting dizzy. I think we're just gonna, oh fuck, dude. I think I'm just gonna grab 2 of those.
Thanks for trading!
No worries. Cool.
Speaking
I hear this guy's gonna be behind me as soon as I can sense it.
Oh, right! I should mention something about those flowers you're collecting. For some reason, you can't leave mementos with them. They'll disappear on you. It's weird. But it'd be so sad to collect flowers just to have them disappear on you. What a waste, am I right? So, don't forget to come bring them to me before you leave mementos, okay?
Doing good?
That should do it. Good job!
Oh my god, I'm freaking out. Does he just appear, this thing? Oh, yes, okay. Oh, fuck! That's a dead end! That's a dead end! I'm so fucking screwed! Help me! Oh, no! I have 6 flowers! Can you do anything with my 6 flowers? I have no stamps. Fuck. Oh, hey there, X. How you doing? It's good to see you. How goes the persona? You stole everyone's hearts yet? Obviously. No, I've been waiting for you. Hi, welcome in. How are you? Good to see ya. He's pretty slow, so you should be able to outrun him if you're quick. All right, I'll try. I'm kind of hoping that it's gonna reset him being here by... Oh, fuck! Oh, yes! Woo! Thank God, okay. Okay, get me out of the car, get me out of the car, get me out of the car. Does he still approach here? You've had my heart all along. Oh, you're so sweet, and you have mine. I hope that you had a great day, Cutie X. Car care. It's a clerical position, but I'd be handling warranties. Oh, that's awesome though, sweetheart. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for you. Hey, this stand here. Hey, looks like there's a stamp thing here. Might be that stuff Jose was talking about. Just looking at it's making me want to get stamping like crazy.
Skull, you're such a caveman. He said to look for these as well as flowers. Let's stamp it down, Joker.
Oh, that's such a cool interface, dude. I love everything about the design of this game. It's so fucking sick. All right, you guys, we have to go on a quick break, darlings. For those of you who are new here or who need a quick reminder, once an hour we go on a quick 3-minute break. That's 180 seconds. It really is not long, but it does mean that you do not need to subscribe if you cannot afford to or do not wish to. Because I walk away from the computer for 3 minutes, run those ads, suggest you walk away from the computer for 3 minutes. I love you guys very much, and I'll miss you terribly, but please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and yeah, I'll see you in 3. Also, Tintin, thank you for the lurk. See you guys soon. Mwah! Take his head privileges. You'll get your head back at the end of the week if you're good. You evil one. It's crazy. Having a mocha just makes me like a little bit, like, you know, kind of but apparently having a shot of espresso in a chai latte makes me evil. Note to self. Some people have different reactions to like alcohol, not me. I have different reactions to what direction the caffeine comes from. Sweetest Strat, thank you so much for being so sweet about my scuffy earlier stream. And yes, you must add a bunch of scufflings. Scuff, 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 scuff. That's the scuff song. Okay, this lizard, 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 lizard. Lizard. Yes, I got it! Finally! Oh my god. How many times have I failed? I got it! I got it that time! Yeah! Faith the Unholy Trilogy is... Could be. Oh, I don't have a map. That's right. I'm so sorry. That was so bad. That was so bad. I saw the scary bird. Uh-oh, we cut off already? Crap, okay. Bear with me, cuties. It'll probably cut off for like 2 or 3 minutes. And then it should come back, hopefully. Fried chicken, and then the cutoff. This makes me miss back when I was younger and me and my family walked the dogs. Aww, sweetheart. Oh, we back for a bit? Oh, good. Here I am, doing everything I can. No frames. No. That's some bullshit. You cannot. No, no, no. No, no, no. Oh my god. Oh my god. No. Know about what it is, have seen it, etc. If you're not 1000% positive, don't talk about it. Pretty please. Pretty please. Hey, how disjointed all his parts are. His eyes looking in different directions at different times. It reminds me of Pennywise. Thank you, cutie monster. stay.
That's okay. Thank you.
One of them is on that roof.
This is saying she isn't famous. I am not famous. Infamous is not the same as famous.
What makes you say that?
Oh my god, I feel so bad for him. Ooh, soda. Oh, no, sorry, that's beer. They were Skittles colors.
Well, you know what? They
Guns in my fantasy game? Fuck you! I will never, ever get over the guns in my fantasy game, dude. Unacceptable. Hi, welcome back. Awesome Ozzy, it's so good to see you. Welcome back, cutie pie. Uppies for you. Yee, good Ozzy. Also, Nyx, Mental Slice, Damn Slice. Uppies. Yee, good Nyx. Welcome back, beautiful Bublin. I just had a mouthful of salt and vinegar chips, so I'm sorry if my saliva is saliving. Welcome back, Slita Setu. Your artwork of Dahlia looks amazing, by the way. Great work. Okay. The hydrating and ice packs have helped a lot, but the headache still lingers somewhat. Sorry, sweetheart. I hope that you feel better in short order, though. I'm sure that it'll all be better after some good sleep-ins. Okay. Can I save here? No. Ooh. Yeah. Hey, well done, you guys. You have defeated Zion boss. I'm very impressed. Excellent work. Do you want to know how you can meet the fine gentleman with chains again? No, I'm good, thank you. Please don't tell me. I will find out myself, I'm sure. Stay in a dark room is doing justice. Shouldn't be looking at screens, but at least mine is at the lowest brightness. Yeah, no, that's positive. That's good. Cow, did you see that I put the Monster Attic collection up? I did, Kata! That's super. I hope you enjoy it. I hope that you plaster it all over everything you own.
I knew you could do it, Bob. Finish him.
I do not want to meet this individual. The chain man. No. Welcome back, Exceptional X. Been a great day full of fun, chaos, and lots of dice. Oh, awesome. Have you been playing some D&D? Poor fella.
Spoilers, but I would steal your heart probably. 3.
You would steal my heart, Omega? I would steal your heart too. We could trade. Pew, pew. My first time meeting this individual is traumatizing. Oh no. Poor fella. Rogers doesn't want to take a picture with you, Town. No. I cannot allow it. Once I get a bit of Mons, I will be grabbing stuff. Yay! I'm so excited, Cutie Cata. Please take pictures. Minecraft. Was it fun, X? Trade! Yippee! Also, hi, Outstanding Omega. How you doing? Alrighty, let's see here.
Surprisingly tough.
It's growing.
Persona! Zoro, show your might!
Nice crit, that's good.
Not move a muscle.
To think you would coerce me into giving in. How brilliant. My name is Regent. My existence shall become a new part of you. I didn't even ask it to be. That's interesting. We just got its persona for funsies.
That's a new one, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a new one, all right. In New Game Plus, the Reaper is your best friend for leveling fast. I'm at about the same point in the story as you, and my team is level 60-something. Oh, right. Wow, that's impressive. Very impressive. Very fun. Now I have to go be an adult and study for many exams, sadly. Oh no, X, I'm so sorry. You have to study for a bunch of exams. But you know what, sweetheart? You're gonna ace them. You're gonna ace them. I'm so excited for you. And I can't wait for you to tell me, come back in here in the future and tell me that you've aced them, because I'm gonna be like, yep, I fucking told you. I told you, didn't I tell you? I told you. But thank you so much for the lurk, sweetheart. Enjoy your study and we'll see you later. Thanks so much for coming in. You and Soul both. Exactly. She and I are gonna be like high-fiving behind you as you discover that you got 110% on your exams.
Didn't even break a sweat.
I don't know if Aussies do extra credit, but in the US you can get 110% on exams.
This is my other self. Goemon.
Oh, love that he like one-shots. That's
Victory
insane.
A spectacular victory.
All right. That's all.
Oh, new spot. Is there a... No, it doesn't look like it. Wait, no, wait. This is... Fuck, this is where I already was. All right, we'll go right. Oh, no, we won't. There's nothing there. Oh, I wish the game wouldn't lag like this. Boo-hoo. Okay, we'll go straight up ahead this way. Wake up, motherfucker! Thought it was me lagging? No, it's not you. It's the game. Very annoying.
Not bad, Fox. We're done here. Let's go. A spectacular victory.
Who's your favorite persona so far? Mine will always be Pyro Jack and Jack Frost. I haven't met Pyro Jack. I've met Jack Frost. I don't know too many personas at this moment, but I like all the horse ones. I like horsey personas. Yay, horsies.
This is my other self.
He's gonna run out of so much SP so fast because he's the only one attacking half the time.
Victory is ours.
Stylish.
Okay.
That enemy was really weak.
Don't get cocky. The cat boss. The cat boss. Whee! Oh, there's multiple.
I am thou.
I know I said it a few hours ago, but I'm gonna say it again now because I haven't mentioned it besides today. But we're gonna have a stream on Saturday night, I think, because I want to try Where Winds Meet. I really want to try it. It looks awesome. So we're gonna play that on Saturday night this coming week. It'll be on your schedule and everything, so don't worry about that. Oh, we got another. Ooh.
This is my other self. Surprisingly tough.
Persona!
Damn. Okay, that one's resistant to it. Okay, I got a persona from... Where is the thing? Where's the... Why did this one not... Oh, okay, it was just taking time to load. That's all of those. Oh, let's try nuking it. Oh, it is weak to it. That's good.
They're all knocked down! Don't move! That was incredible, Joker!
You would coerce me into giving in, but I am already within you. Any further exchange is meaningless. There cannot be two of the same being in one soul. I already exist within your heart. Huh? That's interesting.
Nice, Joker! Right in their weak spot. Let's do this!
Persona! I lend it!
Will you? Not quite. Uh-oh, it's gonna leave me. Oh, it's not gonna leave me. Yay! Oh, and it's also resistant to this. My bad, that was dumb. Okay, that's okay. This will take it out.
Go down.
I love his voice. Ah!
We all did great, huh?
I need to play more games where the voice actor for Joker uses that specific voice. Music is a jam. It is Fabulous Frostbite. It is. Treasure demons work differently from normal personas.
Okay.
Interesting. I actually didn't realize that. Yeah, like it. I didn't even ask for it to join me, and it just was like, "Yep, I'm joining you, bitch." Hold on. I need SP. Definitely not to all allies. Oh, I have a few of the soul drops, right? So there. I'm just mowing through mementos at the moment.
This is my other self. Go on.
I'm gonna be way too cocky when we play this again next week, next weekend.
Nice work.
You're all gonna be like, wow, you shouldn't have been so cocky. And I'll be like, I was in mementos, absolutely owning everything that I ran across. It's not my fault. I think that persona acknowledged your strength and joined you. Yeah, but it's odd that I can't have the other one, you know what I mean?
Die!
Oh, that was dumb. Did not mean to do that. Okay, well. Oh, well, I guess this is fine. This is fine!
Well, on to the next trial.
Spectacular victory.
Okay. That's all.
Aha! A stamp! Oh, we got that stamp already. Fuck! Okay. Noted. All right. I know there are some spots around here that we didn't get to yet. Hold on. Oh. I we were here before. I guess do they respawn? The creatures in the mementos, even if you don't leave, I guess they respawn?
Let's go. Yeah!
Fox is gonna be the highest level character because nothing can get past his turn.
That was so easy, I'm yawning.
Oh my god, you're so cocky. Ah. Wait, we've been here. Yeah, no, okay, they are just literally respawning. We've been here before. We went that way, right? Hold on. Yep, all the way down there. Yeah, we've been there. Ah! Hold on. I'm afraid the chain man is going to be back.
All right, let's get this done.
You're pretty pumped up. You
sound like a kid though. You tell him, hon. You tell him he's a baby.
I am thou.
Small Day! Hello, Sweetest Small. Welcome in. How are you doing? Raiders, welcome in. How are you all going? How was your stream? Raiders, if you need a raid run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd absolutely love to have you. You guys, this is the absolutely astonishingly awesome Small Bean Day, who hath graced us with their presence fresh from a raid. This boba-loving Spanish-speaking streamer, hola, artfully jests and chats whilst gaming. Their realm is filled with papas, donateria, spooky videos, and even homework. A true connoisseur of horror and coffee, they be vibing with live 2D and PNG models. Respectfully, this stream be lit. Hi there, Sweetest Small, welcome in. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. And Liz Logan, welcome in, lovely Logan. Gorgeous Gangsters Ward, hello. Thank you so very much for coming in. And Sunny Dave Light, hi there, Sweetest Sunny, welcome in. How's everybody doing? Thank you so much for bringing the delicious boba with you. We do love some boba here. Thank you so much for the care package, Iridius. Appreciate that. How was your stream, lovely Small? And if you don't mind me asking, when is your next one? Because we would love to join you. While you let me know, I've got a quick intro video for you. Oh, Sweetest Sunny, first of all, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thanks for being here, cutie pie. And yeah, let me know when your next stream is. And here's a little about us in the meantime.
Vtuber, self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of VTuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth.
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns.
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassieTiger.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to your senpai.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
And go!
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch. Welcome back, everyone. I hope that gave you a little bit info about us. Sweetest Small Bean Diet and Gangsta Sword and Liz Logan, thank you all so very much for the follows, darlings. Welcome to the pouch. You are now all officially pouch pals, and what a pleasure it is to have every single one of you. Thank you so much for being here. Also, I saw the Gangsta said, "Sister, you're under arrest for being so cute. It's illegal around these parts." I'm going on the run. Spotter, sweetheart, thank you so much for contributing to the Storytelling Stream Challenge. Let's see. Small, it was fun. We watched videos and finished playing Papa Donateria. Amazing. Sounds very good. Was it a blast? It sounds like it was a total blast. Gonna be streaming tomorrow. Amazing. What will you be streaming? If you happen to know, no pressure. But you guys, please do check out the lovely Small Bean Dye, who is going to be streaming tomorrow, and hopefully they will let us know what it is. Otherwise, it'll be a surprise. Sunny Dave, thank you so much for thinking that it's dope. I love that. I figure that's a really fun way to introduce people. It's fairly brief, minute and 15 seconds or so, and then you get to know a little bit about us. Yeah, I really like the video. Cinema. Thank you, Logan. It was fun and cozy. I'm so happy to hear that. I'm trying to get better about letting everyone know this. You guys may have noticed that when you came in, I love alliteration. TauTassieTiger, right? Also pouch pals. But I love alliteration, and this is a very cozy, inclusive, 18+, but cozy, inclusive space, right? So you may have noticed that when you came in, I was like, oh, sweet Small, sweet Sunny, lovely Logan, gorgeous Gangsta. Like, I give you guys alliterative, positive adjectives to, like, as a prefix to your names. Just to kind of, it's platonic. I'm not flirting with you or anything. It is literally just meant to, help you to kind of integrate, immediately relax into the kind of sleepover vibes that we've got here. Everything is very, very, very cozy here. So yeah. Are you using VR tracking? How's your model so expressive? Thank you so much. And thank you, Monstera, for the exclamation point model. Yes. I am actually, this is just face tracking. And hand tracking. I have hands on my. I have a hand tracker basically where my necklace is. Yeah, I am a very expressive person. But of course, it is a massive, a big contribution to that. The reason that I can be so expressive is because of my amazing model mama, Mint EXCE, who is actually also a Spanish-speaking, like Spanish speaking VTuber, and absolutely just truly amazing artist. Yeah, if you want to go over there and let her know how much you love the Tau model, I'm sure she would love to hear it. But yeah, that's why I'm so expressive, because I'm naturally expressive, and I've been presented with a magnificent model that allows me to the kind of, I guess it just does a really good job of exemplifying that, of putting that forward for me. My favorite part of your intro is your ooh woo impression. Thank you, Frostbite. I'm so glad you like it. No flirting? No flirting. Well, very mild flirting is okay, but this is an 18+ stream. It is an 18+ stream for adults to hang out in. It's just because adults should have different spaces to hang out with hang out in that young people cannot hang out in. I'm not a lewd tuber by any means, so yeah. Also, Ozzy wants a
Thank you for the Ozzy.
Thank you. And Volfix has redeemed a week-long, so I need to remember Sunday after stream. We'll need to take this off again, but I will turn that on right now for you, darling. 1 second. That is now available for your purchase with T-Bones. There you go, darling. Thank you for the redeem. But yes, you guys, please do check out the absolutely astonishingly awesome Small Bean Day, who is going to be streaming tomorrow, and we're very excited to see. Sadie, thank you so much for bringing your awesome community in. And Bublin was like hovering over that as soon as it came up. Okay, everything stays? All right, hon, 1 second. So you guys, we have, as you saw, normally I don't have the sing redeem available because I'm not a great singer, but I let, ooh, chippies. Nath brought me chippies. Thanks, mi amor. Yummy. Ow. Chippy before singing. Yeah, normally I don't have it available, but we do have a few redeems that you can unlock for the week by redeeming the one that Volfix just redeemed, and then everyone gets access to it for the whole week. Yeah, what chips you got? These are Mission Tortilla Chips. They are so good, and they are they're chili and lime bomb. I'm from the southwestern U.S. originally, even though I now live in Australia, and I love Mexican food and like anything that involves like chili and and nice spices. Tao, you are an exceptional singer. Do not doubt yourself. Thank you, Ozzy. You're very sweet. All right, this is a song for Beautiful Bublin. Okay, I'm trying to make sure I really did fuck myself over by chewing on some yummy chips and getting them in my throat before I start singing, but we'll try. Let's go in the garden. You'll find something waiting right there where you left it, lying upside down. When you finally find it, you'll see how it's faded. The underside is lighter when you turn it around. Everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. Go down to the ocean, the crystal tide is raising, the water's gotten higher as the shore washes out. Keep your eyes wide open when the sun is blazing. The moon controls the tide, it can cause you to drown. Everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. Valiant Vash, thank you so very much for gifting that sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you for gifting that to Amazing Aspen. Thank you for your support, generosity, and kindness, darling. Thank you, Valiant Vash. Thank you. There you go, Bublin. I hope that was okay. I could hear my voice crack a little bit. Hi there, by the way, Aspen. How are you doing? It's such a pleasure to see you. Welcome, welcome. Volfix, I'm glad you enjoyed that. Small, you're so sweet. Sunny Dave, thank you so much. Logan, thank you. Oh, you guys are so sweet. Yeah, thank you so much. I ain't going back on my words, Tao. Y'all better use this whole week to convince Tao she's a great singer. No. Beautiful Bubbling. Holy! Thank you so much for the 355 stream streak. That is astonishing. Absolutely amazing. When did I get 355 streams? I don't know when this happened, but yippee! Also, beautiful singing, Tao. Thank you so much, beautiful Bubbling. I appreciate you, gorgeous. Thank you so much, honey, for the 355 stream streak. That is bananas. Banana, B-A-N-A-N-A-S. Thank you so much. Thank you, lovely. Thank you so much for the incredible dedication. I'm glad you guys liked it. Thank you so much. Also, thank you guys for the hype train. That's crazy. That's also crazy. So much crazy. Thank you. Lovely day. I would love to say once again, thank you so much for bringing in your gorgeous community. I really do appreciate every single one of you, and I hope that you enjoy. Just a quick note, this is my first time playing any Persona game, and therefore my first time playing Persona 5. Please, we are trying to avoid spoilers. If you are not 120% positive that I have reached that point that you want to talk about, please just don't say anything at all. Oh, and it's Beanie's choice. Oh, okay. Well, lovely Beanie, you must choose, unfortunately, you must choose from this list right here. But Volfix has allowed you to pick a song for me to try and sing a cappella. I haven't seen any Persona gameplay yet. Oh, amazing. Well, here I am, ready to play for you. Now, Liz Logan, would you like me to call you Liz or Logan? Sunny Dave Light, would you like me to call you Sunny Dave or Light? Or 420? What is everyone's preference for what I call you? Or do you not really have one? Hold on, I gotta see if okay, we've actually gotten through this whole place. So let's go down, I think. No, fuck, I'm going the wrong way. Whoa! That was very close.
Yeah, I can't see a damn thing. I'm no good with dark stuff.
Look alive! The Phantom Thief.
You can call me either, I'm not picky. Okay, sounds good, Louise. Thank you so much. I might switch between them then if that's okay. Fuck.
Prepare yourself.
Once Upon a December! All right, you got it.
Ooh, it blew up. It sure did.
All right, let me sing Once Upon a December for our lovely little friend here. Hold on, I want to make sure that this is, yeah, cool. All right, Once Upon a December. Sorry, I always have to look up the lyrics even though I know them. I love that song and I love Persona 5. Amazing. Well, sweetest Small, I am so happy that you're here. I hope that you enjoy watching a first timer play through here, blind, without any spoilers, looking anything up. I'm not doing any of it. None of it. All right, let me have a little bit of water real quick. Okay. Dancing bears, painted wings, things I almost remember, and a song someone sings once upon a December. Someone holds me safe and warm. Horses prance through a silver storm, figures dancing gracefully across my memory. Far away, long ago, glowing dim as an ember, things my heart used to know, things Once upon a December. There you go. Sorry, my voice is definitely cracking. I ain't been singing for a bit. Thank you very much for the request, Valiant Volfix. I appreciate you.
All right.
Thank you.
That enemy was really weak.
I'm wondering what is going on with my controller. There we go. Aw, thank you, Aspen. Thank you, Papa. Thank you, Aspen. Thank you, man. Thank you, Ash. Thank you, guys. You're so sweet. You're way too sweet. Thank you. You've come back with a belly full of tacos. What kind did you get? Also, thank you guys for the hype train. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, I don't know. Wait, what? Ooh, hold on. We gotta get some sticky hearts on the hands. I need to bite. Sweet hearts. Yummy. Thank you for the sweet hearts, Magnificent Maid. I appreciate you. Once again, brava! Thank you, sweetest Steve. You are such a darling. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, I don't know how to tell where the... Beanie's choice again because she's a cutie. Okay, same list, hun. Same list. It's up to you. I can also sing the same song again if you want, but... I am so confused about... Oh, we can't even go this... Oh, wait, we can. We can't go this way. Is this the right spot? I guess it must be... 3 regular crunchy tacos and a Doritos Locos taco from Taco Bell! I do this Taco Bell. We don't really have one around here. And I need to... Okay, well, that was easy enough.
All of them.
Victory is ours.
Yeah.
This poor man is going to wind up dying. Can I... Actually, I think I can switch up the strategy, can't I?
So easy.
How's this work? Is it... It's not Persona. Confidence? No. Equip. Can I, like... I'm really not sure which... I could have sworn there was like an option to switch up the strategy or something like that. Maybe I can only do it in battle, but...
Treasure chest spotted. Must be something good.
I bet there's nothing good inside! I also need to get his SP recovered real quick. SP... Sakura Mochi... No... Devil fruit. Maybe I'll give that to him real quick. Oh! Oops, I actually didn't mean to do that. Oh well. Oh well, too bad. Stats, I think? Oh, is it stats? Oh, can I switch? Actually, do I need to like remove them and put them back in place the way that I want them to be? So like if I do that and then do that, maybe? I believe it's in system. Oh, system? Okay, hold on. Maybe not. I don't know for sure. I usually have manual control. Right bumper? Right bumper is just bringing up my map. That's okay. We'll see if the way that I like the order in which I added them to the party does anything. Why laggy game? Why?
There's just something sophisticated about coffee, and it goes well with sweets, too.
Joker always smells like coffee, huh?
Are you in love with me? Like, Joker always smells like coffee, huh? Thank you for the care package, hun. Thank you. Stats and then right bumper. Oh, let me see. Stats, right bumper. Oh, tactics! Damn. I'm not sure if I can like rearrange them or not. Stretch if you need to. Oh, thank you, Ozzy. Good reminder. Thank you. All right. Ooh, order is based on their speed. Oh, damn. Okay, I gotta. People gotta go faster.
I am the thou. First move is ours.
It does cost a lot of his HP to do that though, but that's fine.
What did you think? It's graceful. Giant. 3 of them, but we're the better team.
This is my other self. However, strike! All according to plan.
Nice work, team.
Yusuke is all about that speed and physical strikes with occasional ice attacks. Yeah, which is fine, except for when I need him to slow down a little bit so that I can. The problem is just that he's sapping up his SP like mad, and his HP because he's the only one fighting. All right, we got that. Now we gotta go down further. New area. There we go. Okay, I'm now going to the right spot. I was going backwards before. You know, this palace's security level doesn't seem to change, even if the enemy spots you.
Mementos is different. While other palaces exist because of just one person, this one's from the public. From that perspective, it'd take more than a few intruders to make a mark on the security level. You'd have to do something so bad that the entire public sees you as an enemy. So, be careful, okay, Skull?
Hey, shut up!
I can sense our target somewhere in this area. Let's scour this floor for them.
Oh, goody! Okay, cool. I was wondering when we were gonna find the right person. We want to dance and Beanie want to dream because it is late and she needs to go to sleep. All right, you got it, Volfix. Let me see for the dancing and the dreaming. That's the longest song name I've got. All right. I'll swim and sail on savage seas with never fear of drowning, and gladly ride the waves of life if you will marry me. No scorching sun, nor freezing cold will stop me on my journey if you will promise me your heart and love me for eternity. My dearest one, my darling dear, your mighty words astound me, but I've no need for mighty deeds when I feel your arms around me. But I would bring you rings of gold, I'd even sing you poetry, and I would keep you from all harm if you would stay beside me. I have no use for rings of gold, I care not for your poetry. I only want your hand to hold, I only want you near me. I'll swim and sail on savage seas with never fear of drowning, and gladly ride the waves of life, and you will marry me. Thank you so much for the follow, sweetest Cyberwolf. Welcome in. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure to have you. Welcome, welcome. Stoic and Valka song. Yes, indeed, sweetest Cyberwolf. How are you doing, sweetheart? I hope you are doing very well. This is from Hydra Trading Your Dragon. It is, lovely Logan. It is indeed. It is indeed. Let's see. Thank you for the request, Volfix. I hope that was okay. Please, one more. I mean, all you gotta do is request. Well, actually, did Beanie request one? Did Beanie? Because I know that Beanie, Beanie picked one more. Beanie may pick another. It was amazing. Thank you, lovely Logan. That's so sweet. And Sid, I'm so glad you liked it too. Thank you so much, you guys. You are so lovely. I really appreciate you encouraging me, even though my voice cracks and it's not very broad in range and all the other things I could say about it. Ah! Sorry. Sorry. You scared me. Soren! I love that song. All right. 1 second. We're gonna go from like to Soren. All right. You sing beautifully. Thank you so much, lovely day. You're so sweet. Thank you. I'm doing good. Currently almost 6 a.m. with work in 6 hours, but it's fine. It doesn't sound fine. Sweetheart, do you want to get some sleep, hun? Thank you for counting that scare, Ozzy. Aw, thank you, Magnificent Maid. You're very sweet. All right, Soren. You may know that I don't keep up with the normal tempo of songs. It's because I run out of breath really easily. Okay. My heart is ready to beat. I can feel the wind underneath my feet. I'm gonna jump over the moon. Hands in the air, waving up like a balloon. I'm free as a bird, lost in the stars and waving down to earth. Don't know where I'm gonna land, but you gotta wobble before you stand. I'm soaring, all alone and on my own, and I'm soaring, and I know my heart will lead me home. Just look in my eyes, can't you see I'm not the same today? I can see farther now. Step from the edge, I'm making my own way. Don't know where I'm gonna land, but you gotta wobble before you stand. I'm soaring, all alone and on my own, and I'm soaring, and I know my heart will lead me home. I'm soaring, all alone and on my own, and I'm soaring, and I know my heart will lead me home. All alone and on my own, and I'm soaring, all alone and on my own, I'm soaring, and I know my heart will lead me home. Been a long time since I've sung that one too. Thank you very much. Thank you for the request. Thank you, lovelies. You are so sweet. Okay, battle intel. I didn't even press that, sorry. Beautiful scene, thank you, honey. You should check out Yusuke's dancewear. I think we did. We actually went through all of his outfits when we found him, I'm pretty sure. That's kind of the tradition we have. Hi there, Perfect Tinge! Welcome in. How are you doing, darling? It's a pleasure to see you. Welcome, welcome.
We all did great, huh? A spectacular victory.
Okay.
Okay.
Huh. They win nothing.
I am substantially more confident in my voice acting, so for those of you who haven't gotten to hear that yet, I hope that you will consider sticking around and waiting until I get a chance to do some VA. This P4 music's always pumping. It is. It's so damn good, isn't it? Oh, you did pick it? Okay, yep. Beanie gets to pick another one. Also from that list. Or it can be any that you've already heard. Oh, what was that? Why did I get flow? That's fucking sick, but wait, okay. What type of game is Persona exactly? Well, Cyberwolf, I would say it's a JRPG in every way. It's like the average completion time I think is around 100 hours for like one playthrough. It's a really big game, really big. I'm gonna fly. Oh, you want to go? You want to do some more Kiki's delivery service? Okay, you got it. All right. We will do that one. Flow is RNG based. Oh, okay. That comes from Maruki? Oh, interesting. Okay, nice, nice. Love that movie. Me too. It's one of my favorites from my childhood. All right. Okay. One day, the whole world looks like an open page, and you've been dancing as fast as you can with a smile on your face. And then the earth and the sky, they open together and carry me away as light as a feather. Chase the clouds from the ground in the big blue sky. Don't wanna watch it all go by, so I'm gonna fly higher than I ever could. Feel the wind blow through my hair, feel the sun dance with the moon, and my feet can't stay on the ground any longer. Every leap of faith I feel a little stronger. Wanna swing from a star in the big blue sky. Don't wanna watch it all go by, so I'm gonna fly and see for myself what it looks like from up there. Taste the stardust in my mouth, chase the clouds until they disappear. And if I can make just one life better, bring a smile to your face when you're under the weather, then I'm feeling like I finally found my home. I'll plant the seeds and watch them grow, and I'm gonna fly higher than I ever could. Feel the wind blow through my hair, feel the sun dance with the moon. And I actually, it's been a long time since I've heard this song, so I actually forgot how the last verse goes. So I'm gonna call it there, but I hope that was okay, sorry. It is so, there are some really high pitched bits there. Bad excuse, but yeah. Gorgeous like every other time. Thank you, Aspen, you're so sweet. Are you trained or just naturally gifted? Ah, cybers! I'm not gifted. I'm not trained either. Hide me here, please hide me here. Thank you. That's very sweet. Thank you. You're very sweet. Thank you, and thank you, Saru. Hi, Radical Rymel. Welcome in. How are you doing? I love it. Thank you, dearest. I appreciate you. Thank you, honey. Okay, hold on. Let me see.
Let's go.
Nice. Wasn't expecting this to be a karaoke stream. No, nor was I. Nor was I. Thank you for the care package, Steve Spotter. Tao's trying to pull the crony made here hide. Someone get art of that. Stat. Okay. There's two cybers now. Yeah, I'm gonna have to call the other one Cyber Wolf or Wolf. May as well put it in the title. Look at us. We're running around like this is fucking Disneyland right now. This is great. We are getting all of the many stamps. All right, let's go get this guy. Ah. One's a bunny and one's a wolf. This is true.
The first move is ours.
Let me know what you guys decide for full effects. Message there. Or sing or deem. Should I be scared? No, don't worry. No one is eating each other. No. This is a safe place. Bunnies and wolves. Could call one Chi and the other Wolfex. Could do Wolfex. I'm content with Wolf. They're beautiful, majestic beings. They sure are. We do have a Chi already, so I don't want to call Cyber Chi. I might call Cyber, and Wolf is and Cyber Wolf says that they're okay with Wolf, so I might go with Wolf. There's 3 Aussies in the pouch too. One is spelled with Z's instead of S's. That is true. That is true.
What did you think?
Wulfix? Huh? Yeah, but it's different enough, right? Wulfix. There's a different consonant sound there. All right, you guys, let's get in here. Actually, hold on, I need to heal. I need to heal our boy here. Yeah, one ally. Good, very good. All right, let's see.
Then, I can sense the target up ahead. Do you want to head in?
Yeah, let's go. So seeing how this is going, I just have a bit of vague advice. Try to get Ryuji's confidant just up a bit. Oh, okay. I will try and do that.
Oh, that's Takanashi's shadow, huh?
This guy's bullying is real bad. From what I hear, it's mostly blackmail, taking money from people, that kind of thing.
Sorry, that was a weird delivery. If we don't make him have a change of heart, his bullying might get even worse.
Let's go.
Let's go.
It's not my fault.
It's theirs for not standing up for themselves.
What was that?
That's no reason! How's it their fault when you don't give them any choice, huh?
You're the lowest of the low. Bullying people weaker than you, knowing they can't fight back?
Come at me, bro.
I am so sorry. I did not realize, I did not expect him to go, come at me, bro.
The hell? You're all ganging up on me too? Are you Phantom Thieves, some kind of gang? Protectors of justice, my ass. Don't act high and mighty with me when you don't know anything. Come at me, bro.
You're the one who doesn't know anything. Let's get him! My favorite voice clip in the game, some enemies will taunt Joker with, come at me, clown shoes!
I already told you, I didn't do anything wrong. Listen to me, damn it.
Persona!
What a bitch. What a little bitch. Yeah. Oh!
You gotta aim!
You gotta aim. Oh, sorry, you gotta aim.
It's fine.
Oh, was that another RNG thing? Okay. Wait. No, wait. Let's try Garu. I forgot what this thing is allergic to. Oh, wait. Actually, the pairings, right? I'm learning that they're like pairings, so that should be weak. Oh, it's not a weakness. Never mind. I have no idea what I'm talking about. What about nukes? Everyone's weak to a nuke.
Let's go.
Don't miss this time. Good boy. Ordered food at 4:30 and it's not arriving till 6. Oh, Sam, I'm sorry. That is a long time. Can you crit?
I missed.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, now you can't make fun of other people. Nah. He's talking a lot of shit for someone who's represented by a goofy Jack Frost model. That's so true. Let's bring her out.
There. This is my other self. Die.
Don't miss. Good job. Well done.
I didn't have a choice.
I'm shocked that you have this many points, Volfix. Oh my gosh. What Inuyasha song did you want, Volfix? And let me know what song you guys want as a community as well. Typically, you'd be right about the pairings, but people's shadows work differently. Okay, I see. Sometimes that approach is simply more violence. True, true.
But if I don't do it, they're gonna hurt me. I don't want people taking my money from me anymore. What? What are you talking about? If I don't go after them, I'm the one who's gonna get bullied. I can't take it. I just can't.
Oh, I get it now. There's an even bigger bully ordering this guy around who's behind all this.
Hey, didn't you just say it's people's own fault for not standing up for themselves? That's, please help me.
Oh, geez, what to do?
Please, just think about it. I'm a victim too.
Let's do it. It might just lead us to a better treasure.
I'm counting on you. You guys promised. Fine, but you better apologize to those people you bullied.
Those boys you bullied? I guess he's just bullying everybody.
All right, we got a treasure.
Request completed.
Well then, that takes care of that. What should we do now? Want to keep exploring? How many targets left in this area? 1. Okay, then what's our next move, Joker?
let's keep going.
Sure, we can make some more money.
I feel like the bully who bullied the bully is probably going to be a. You want to leave? Well, yes, but just to go into the rest of Mementos now.
It's still far though. They must be deeper inside.
Bully squared. Yeah, exactly. Change the world. Okay, change the world it is. That is interesting. Do you want to let me? There we go. Okay. Please load. Please load. There we go. Okay. I want to change the world. Keep on holding on your desire. You will get a shining love that you can reach alone. If you go on to get your goal, it's Wonderland. I felt so worried when I spent all the time thinking of the future of us. 'Cause I know there's nothing that I really want to know. And then I met you so I could feel what you should know. I finally found your love, and now I'm really feeling alright. 'Cause the nightmare is gone. This is the way to love you. I want to change the world. Walk again, never miss the way. Don't be afraid, I'm with you, and we can fly away. If you would stay with me forever, change my mind. Won't get lost if your passion's true. I'm gonna fly with you again. Sorry, whoa. So you can spread your wings and you will fly with me away. It's Wonderland. We gotta swim against the tide and the flow till the day when we'll get your goal. You will see that your desire will be granted again. This is the feeling you'll understand, the trouble of life. It won't be too bad to face, and any problem you will see will not be too hard. If I can walk beside you, I want to change the world. Walk again, fight against the wind. Don't be afraid to be true. 'Cause now you have to bring the power of your smile on your face. Change my mind, keep on holding on your desire. You will get a shining love that you can reach alone. If you go on to get your goal, it's Wonderland. There you go, there you go. Fuck, I can feel my voice just like blah, 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 choking.
Thank you, Aspen! You guys are so sweet! Thank you for all the emotes. I appreciate you.
Now's our chance to strike!
Full fix! I'm gonna have to put a limit on these if you keep going, hun. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy.
Awaiting orders, Joker.
Chat pickies. Yes, please. Yeah, I might have to put like a. I'll put like a 10-minute timer on that one. Hold on. You do have 2 songs to pick as chat if you would like to. Hold on a second. One sec. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, I'll just put a 10-minute timer on that one. Perfect. Cool. They really said this is karaoke stream now. I mean, that's what it's for, right? That's okay. Guess I should try to sleep. Yes, you should, wonderful wolf. Thank you so very much for coming in. I really do appreciate it. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Hopefully we will have the privilege of your company again in the not too distant future. Yeah, thank you so much for coming on in. We'll see you later, okay?
This is my other self.
Alrighty, let me see here. Ice!
Defeated 2 foes.
Ice. What is her thing? Oh, okay. I thought that was gonna like reflect or something, but it's okay. It didn't, yay!
Okay.
That's all it takes for me.
Alrighty, so we got another one in this area. That's what Morgana said anyway. Ah! Leave me alone. What about this way? Do we have anything down this way? Ah! You can always check. Oh, with the map? Does the map work in here like that?
First move is off.
Because Morgana said that we had one more in this area, so I kind of assumed. I got it. Oh wait, no, that was dumb. I should have. I'm so sorry. I thought that they were weak to that. My bad. And I totally used that on the wrong person too. Oh my god! Sorry.
All enemies defeated.
Oh, about weakness. Oh yes, that's true. We can't always check, can we?
Okay. That's all.
Are you getting tired? Alrighty, let me see here. Maid Riz has been shared. Maid Riz! Oh, I'm excited about that. We do have to go on a quick break, you guys, so I'll check it while we go on the break. For those of you who are new here, we go on a 3-minute break once an hour, and that is just so that if you cannot afford to or do not wish to subscribe, you still won't miss out on content. Because I physically remove myself from the content creation space, like I walk around my house a little bit, for about 3 minutes, and I encourage you to do the same, because guess what? It's healthy for you to move around and walk around and stuff, so please do consider doing that. And yeah, we come on back 3 minutes later, and it's a good old time, and then everyone's healthier for it. So please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I'm gonna check out the Maid Riz in the Discord right now, so you just said, and I'll see you in 3. Mwah!
Finally get to see this mystical, terrifying place. I know. Wait, I'll touch actual grass. Coda's like, wait, is there a Vicky there? Come here.
She knows tail, hair, whip. Watch out, because it'll lower your defense. That's right.
In case this doesn't do well, am I not lowering your defenses?
A cat.
Eon, how dare. This is so Tao and I match. You're not bald, are you, Eon? Did you cut off your hair? Guns in my fantasy game? Fuck you! Oh my god. Know about what it is, have seen it, etc. If you're not 1,000% positive, don't talk about it. Pretty please. Pretty please. Hey, how disjointed all his parts are. His eyes looking in different directions at different times. It reminds me of Pennywise. Cutie monster. So sweet. I can't believe we reached a level 9 hype train just like that. That is absolutely astounding. Thank you, honey. I would love to stay. Okay, this. Lizard. Yes, I got it! Finally! Oh my god. How many times have I failed? I got it that time. Yeah! cutie pies. Welcome back. Oh man, you can tell I'm getting hungry for some dinner. I am eating more chippies. Welcome back, Awesome Ozzy. Welcome back, Sweetest Saint Saturnus. How are you? Sweetest Saturday, welcome back. Welcome back, Nix Potato Slice Jam Slice. Uppies for you. Yee. Good Nix. Welcome back, Sweetest Strat. Welcome back, Awesome Ozzy. Uppies. Yee. Good Ozzy. All right. Now, Volfix, did you want Strat to refund those points for the 2 sing ones, or did you want to pick something? Welcome back, lovely Logan. I've never drew something so fast before. That's so funny. Welcome back, Valiant Volfix. You have a better idea? Uh-oh. Dearest Doppel, welcome back. Oh, shit. No, sorry. The fight's not over. I'm so sorry. My bad. I'm bad about that sometimes. There you go. Kill them. Kill them. Oh, Ozzy gets to pick a song and Saudu gets to pick a song. Oh, I see. Okay, Saudu, you get to pick one of the songs from my list, and Ozzy, you get to pick one of the songs from my list. May, thank you for the welcome back, sweetheart. Welcome back to you. Minding to see the list? If you go to, hold on. Oh, I think it's probably my most recent. No, it's not. Okay. Okay, Dancing and the Dreaming for you. Got lost in the chat. Ozzy, if you go to the redeem, you can copy and paste the link from there. I think it's literally like tinyurl/TauSings or something like that, but it could be wrong. Okay, hold on a second. We gotta go down further. Ah, brah! I can't see behind. Can I change the fucking F?
Drink's getting warm. There's no fridge in this car?
Yeah,
There's no fridge in this car.
Some swanky cars have mini fridges built into them.
That's true. Those are swanky. Okay, we've done that one already. Gotta go down further. Also, well done, you guys. You have beaten the,
Mister.
Oh, it's our friend, Jose.
When you get flowers, bring them to me. I'll go ahead of you guys.
So he's not on every level then, is he? Interesting. Hi there, lovely Lyra. Welcome in. How are you? And well done defeating the boss, by the way. All right, let's do Dancing and the Dreaming one more time for Sweetest Seru. Hold on a second. And Hotel California. Okay, we'll do back to back. Jose is also an RNG spawn. Oh, fuck. Okay, well, that's a bit unfortunate because I know that we lose the flowers when we leave Memento, so. All right, for the Dancing and the Dreaming. Do these real quick. I'll swim and sail on savage sea with never fear of drowning, and gladly ride the waves of life if you will marry me. Whoa, let me try that again. If you will marry me, no scorching sun, nor freezing cold will stop me on my journey. If you will promise me your heart and love me for eternity. My dearest one, my darling dear, your mighty words astound me, but I've no need for mighty deeds when I feel your arms around me. But I would bring you rings of gold, I'd even sing you poetry, and I would keep you from all harm if you would stay beside me. I have no use for rings of gold, I care not for your poetry. I only want your hand to hold, I only want you near me. I'll swim and sail on savage seas with never fear of drowning, and gladly ride the waves of life and you will marry me. And then we got Hotel California. There we go. I hope that was okay for you, sweet Sadu. Thank you for the request, Volvix. I've got chills. Oh, Lost! Hi, beautiful bug eye. Welcome in. It's so good to see you, lovely Lost. Oh my goodness. Hi, honey. It was such a pleasure to meet you in Aka's chat today. How are you doing? I'm sorry, this is not a singing stream, but it is a redeem we have, and Volfix is just loving it. So normally at this moment we'd be playing Persona, but this is redeemed. But lovely Lost, it's so good to see you, honey. Thank you so much for coming in. How are you? All right, time for some Hotel California, yay. On a dark desert highway, cool wind in my hair, warm smell of colitas rising up through the air. Up ahead in the distance, I saw a shimmering light. My head grew heavy and my sight grew dim. I had to stop for the night. There she stood in the doorway. I heard the mission bell, and I was thinking to myself, this could be heaven or this could be hell. Then she lit up a candle and she showed me the way. There were voices down the corridor. I thought I heard them say, welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely face. There's plenty of room at the Hotel California. Any time of year, you can find it here. Her mind is Tiffany twisted. She got the Mercedes Benz. She got a lot of pretty, pretty boys that she calls friends. How they dance in the courtyard, sweet summer sweat. Some dance to remember, some dance to forget. So I called up the captain. I said, please bring me my wine. He said, we haven't had that spirit here since 1969. And still those voices are calling from far away. Wake you up in the middle of the night just to hear them say, welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely face. They're living it up at the Hotel California. What a nice surprise. Bring your alibis. Mirrors on the ceiling and pink champagne on ice. She said, we're all just prisoners here of our own device. And in the master's chambers, they gathered for the feast. They stab it with their steely knives, but they just can't kill the beast. Last thing I remember, I was running for the door. I had to find the passage back to the place I was before. To the place I was before. Relax, said the nightman, we are programmed to receive. You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave. Thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you for whatever that was. Oh, thanks, Ozzy. God, my voice is cracking so hard, dude. I'm just like, fucking hell. My throat is like. What are you doing, Tao? You don't sing. Every time I hear this song, it's how I expect to hear Hotel Transylvania. slaying ya. Hi, Zachy, how you doing? I saw you try not to laugh in the middle there. I'm like, ugh. Okay, that's enough. All good, Sedu? All right. Strat, could you please refund Volfex's Tao Sing, the one that says one more for Sedu? It sounds like Sedu is not interested.
There's a treasure chest.
Ooh, a secret! A secret treasure chest! All good. Thanks, Volfix. Yeah, my voice is giving out on me, so. Lovely Lost! Sweetheart, thank you so much for the biddies. Ooh, piece of candy. Thank you so much for the cheer, honey. I appreciate you. And thank you, sweetest Strat. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, lovely. Oh, what is, oh. Ooh! I know what that is. That's a little treasure thing.
Hey, that's a rare one. Don't let it escape.
I mean, I'll try. I'll try.
Goemon, strike!
We got him on the
Yes!
ground.
Nice crit! Let's fucking go.
To think you would coerce me into giving in.
Ah. Oh, fuck. I meant to do it all out. Damn it. Shit. I really fucked that up. Okay. Thank you for the care package, Volvex. Thank you for your singing re-debut. No worries, Valiant Volvex. Thank you for the redeem, hon. I appreciate you. Rob him of his riches, don't mind if I do. Such a spooky gentleman he is, isn't he?
I lend it.
Olimpa! Please crit. Oh, it's resistant. Uh-oh, Pescatio, this might not be good.
It's time.
Can I nuke it? I love this. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? He's right here. Give me the nukes. Woohoo!
They're all knocked down. That was incredible, Joker.
There we go. All out is what I meant to do. What did I miss? Did we do anything of note recently? We've been doing some confidant building stuff. We've been doing some. I love the splash. It's so good. Mug 'em!
Okay. They were too weak to bother with.
Excellent. All right, hold on. We got another open, says I. Oh, I'm too rich to be hanging around in the sea of personas. Some rich persona. Exactly right. Rip and tear until it is done. Precisely. Okay, hold up a sec. I feel like there's probably more flowers around here for me to grab. I just need to find the right. This is back to where we were. Nope, wrong one. Ooh, that way. I can't see. Morgana, your fat ass is in the way.
Now's our chance to strike. Go.
Oh, what? Why did he get slowed down somehow, or did Morgana get sped up? Morgana's got something underneath his name. Interesting. Nice.
Victory is
Pretty sure it's been relevant, but if not, beware of chains. Yes, Tinge. We actually almost ran into our Reaper friend, but managed not to. We were very sneaky like that. Turn around.
They saw us. We need to get them before they get us.
It's okay. Calm down. Ooh, what is that? Oh, it's a stamp machine. Nice. Awesome. Okay. I have not yet bumped into Reaper. I have been weirdly lucky. Not at all. Like, you haven't even seen him? Have you heard him at least?
They saw us. Seriously? Well, let's erase them.
Oh god, they're fucking fast, dude. Oh my god. Like, he hasn't even appeared to chase me. What? That's, oh, whoa. So you must have been shocked when I got pursued the very first time that I was, like that we entered Mementos.
Victory!
And like had the option, obviously. Morgana did level up. He might have passed Yusuke's speed for the moment. Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Child's play.
Oh, you're so cocky, Yusuke.
We're at the platform. Now we can move up.
Oh, I don't. Actually, we have 105. Maybe I think that 100 is probably the right. Yeah, well, actually, you know what? Psych, we're gonna go back. Where's our star boy? Not there. Yike. Where is sorry. Oh fuck, no, wrong one. Is he gonna follow me?
That howling wind is crazy.
Wind's howling.
Where's it even coming from?
It sounds like something's screaming.
All according to Keikaku.
All right, the first move is ours. Ha! What did you think?
I have heard that if you are not appropriately prepared, he is a nightmare to fight. My sister fought him with max level teammates and still got wiped. Does he like level
That
up
enemy
with
was really weak.
where oh, here he is. Does he level up with you? So maybe if you're max level, then he's still a higher level, or?
All right, the first move is ours.
Running is still.
Hello, motherfucker.
Oh no, I know this guy. Terrific shot! Hi, sweetheart. Hello, motherfucker. How you doing? No, I think he is set at approximately 70 to 80, but has a monstrous toolkit to fight you with. Oh, yikes. Okay, I see. I gotcha.
Okay.
Huh? That was a
Scowy.
little too easy.
Scowy. Okay. Let's go see what we can do about
Hey,
this.
mister.
All right, firstly, let's do cognition and change mementos. I think we're gonna do... Let's do the money rewards up. Can I ask for a change? Wait, do I? Oh, it's sideways. I'm dumb. Got it.
You want me to change mementos? Sure.
Thanks, kid. Is this a new
Here
menu
we
screen?
go.
Yeah, because we're hanging out with Jose now. What are you doing?
Just watch.
Resend from last time you traded. The whole aesthetic for the trading screen is just stunning. I know, it's so cool, isn't it, Ozzy? Doing pretty good. Got a new follower today. Aw, that's awesome, Try. Congratulations,
I learned all
honey.
about this. You see, the cognition flowing through mementos. It's got these things that are similar to what you humans call pressure points.
This is so goofy how he does it. Oh, I'm so excited. Ah! Oh my god, I'm getting like Mario World vibes. No, we didn't get a new character. We've run into this guy before, but now we're socializing with him a little more.
That should have changed it for you. Don't believe me? Just take a look for yourself.
Oh my gosh. The pressure points of mementos.
If you've collected enough flowers, make sure you come to trade them with me before you leave mementos, okay? That should do it.
Hi.
All right, flower time. All right, what have we got here? Only in safe places. I have none of those. I would like one of them. And I have 25 of these left. Soul drops. Yeah, I'll take a couple. Okay, I'll just take one of them, I guess. Alrighty.
Hope we run into each other again soon.
All right, I gotta go down a little bit further, I think, for our cat burglar. Ah! Fuck! Damn it! Oh, I got ambushed because I thought I was turning properly, but I turned into an actual wall. Okay, this is not. I'm clearly over level for these guys. Should have a station. He had a station at the entrance. That'd be nice. That is true. That would be nice. That kid has a frog in the ear. He does. He so does. Is that like making someone faint? The hand technique they use in movies? I'm not sure, Sedu. What do you mean? Air cannon. Woo! I'm so glad that when the things explode, okay, we'll do it again. I'm so glad that when the things explode, they never hit us. That's very convenient for me.
Fox taking over. Persona! Goemon, strike!
Oh, these guys are still...
This is my other self.
Still at it, huh? Alrighty then.
Get the...
Pass it on to the second person.
There we go. Thank you for the care package, Osamazi. Oh my god, just get him.
According to plan.
Took them all out.
I need to refill my water. Reaper is either resistant or immune to all elements, can't remember which, and he can use all elements and targets weaknesses. So yes, he's very hard to fight. Oh, that does sound really annoying. We don't have quite an hour, but probably about half an hour, 45 minutes-ish left of our time together today. You guys, I'll run over the exciting stuff we've got going on this week. I'm so excited for all of our streams, as always. I mean, I always am, but we have an extra bonus stream on Saturday night because I really want to try Where Winds Meet. That should be a really fun wuxia, oh wait, this is the
I need a drink.
Oh,
something real fizzy.
Oh my god. Yeah, we're gonna try that on Saturday evening from Australian time. So that'll be on your weekly schedule. Of course, tomorrow we have our daytime Final Fantasy XIV stream, which I'm always excited for. That's the first time we're playing Final Fantasy XIV, like A Realm Reborn, I mean. We're still working our way through that. And then on Tuesday, we will be playing episodes 5 and 6 of Dispatch live on stream, which I'm also very excited about, so that is a fucking trip. And then on Friday, we will be doing art as usual. Saturday night, like I said, Where Winds Meet. Sunday, we will be back at it with this wonderful game. And then I will stream a bit the following week, but I am going to the US, so you will have to be patient with me as I get adjusted. Is this right? Is this down? 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 Yes. Yeah, you'll have to be patient with me as I get to the US and get things set up and stuff. And I'm also gonna be taking off a little bit of time because I'm going away I'm going to the States, and then I am also going to be spending some time away from my home base with my family, away from streamability. So for Thanksgiving, but then I'll be back for December. Should be back for basically all of December. And then of course, January, February, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, got lots planned. I can't wait. Yay, lovely Lost. I'm so excited. Oh, it's such a pleasure to have you here, honey. Also, Fabulous Firemind. Welcome back in, honey. How are you doing? We have some other stuff after Dispatch. That's right. That's right. Thank you, Strat. We do have a demo that a dev has reached out and wanted me to cover. So we're gonna do that after we finish Dispatch on Tuesday. Does that mean there will be howling? Hopefully not, but maybe. Welcome back, Fabulous Firemind. It's great to see you again, hun. Huh? They're people, right?
No. Well, I'd say they are most likely shadows.
What are shadows doing here? It's not like they're gonna be catching a train or...
Oh, maybe they do catch a train. Oh, shit.
It stopped.
Ha! There we go. They got in.
Come on,
Hey! Where's that go?
If I had to guess, I'd say into the deepest part of Mementos.
What? This place seriously don't make any sense.
Hey!
Also, what's that on the platform?
Isn't it a waiting room? I didn't expect there to be one here, too.
It looks like we'll be able to use this to take a break.
Sorry, wrong voice.
It looks like we'll be able to use this to take a break. Make sure to utilize it well, Joker.
Hey.
But seriously, what's up with this place? Shadows ain't gonna attack us here, right?
It seems like this is some kind of safe zone, separate from the other areas.
You will occasionally find waiting rooms in Mementos. Got it. Just like safe rooms, you can quick travel and save your game. Hallelujah, we are gonna be... Thank you, Red! I was like, this is what Red's been waiting for. This is what his life means. Are those corporate shadows? I know, it looks like it, doesn't it? And lovely Logan, thank you so much for the lurk, honey. I really do appreciate you coming in with the raid. It's been a pleasure to get to know you. Hopefully we will have the pleasure and privilege of getting to know you better pretty soon. Thank you so much for the lurk. The shadows all have to take the shadow train to go to shadow work so they can afford to buy shadow food and pay shadow bills. Exactly. Also, same time. Thank you. Yes, absolutely. Valiant Val! Hi, sweetheart. Thank you so much for contributing to the community game night challenge. I really appreciate you. I'm just gonna do it again because I'm paranoid as fuck. Oh, and thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream as well. Alrighty. Got another stamp, baby. Down we go. Area 5. Zaki, thank you for contributing to the community game night as well.
Joker. Oh, Joker. I almost forgot to mention. In mementos, sometimes the road will be unnaturally blocked. The walls are pretty weak in those spots. I should be able to break through them, no problem. If you see any while we're exploring, try busting right through them.
In mementos, you can press A to destroy weak walls that look different from normal. Try to break these walls whenever you can. There may be something hidden behind them. Just let us know before you do that. Don't go crashing into any walls before we can buckle up.
Whoa, what the hell happened?
Whoa!
It's so dark.
Oh, okay, cool. We have his voice back again. It's always hard to tell when they're gonna actually have the actual voice actors do their job.
Mementos is an amalgamation of the people's cognition. This can affect the environment as well as the structure.
Spooky!
Hasn't been like this in a long time. But it seems like the darkness won't be the only thing we'll have to deal with.
You mean we have even more stuff to worry about?
In a way. I can sense rare shadows all around us.
Oh, okay.
We should explore this area for a bit, despite the darkness.
By the way, you guys, you succeeded in the D&D one-shot. Do you remember how I told you that one of the reasons that I don't do those is because it takes a long time to get it arranged and everyone to be available? We will be having it in January. We will have it in January. I'm so sorry for the long wait, but it's the only time that everyone's gonna be available. But yeah, so look forward to that. That will be in the first week that I'm back in Oz in January. When exploring mementos, you may end up in an area that looks different than usual. This means that there is a deviation in the area. There can be effects on a deviated floor that will aid or disrupt your investigation. In most cases, good and bad events will occur simultaneously. When you leave a deviated floor, the effects will disappear. Make sure you know what the differences are before charging forward.
I don't really want to stick around here, but if you say so, then I guess we can go for it.
Also, sweetest small bean, thank you so very much for contributing to the storytelling stream. I'm so excited to do that one. It does take time to set up, so no worries. It'll be fun when we get to it. That's true. I just want to let you guys know I didn't forget about you. That's why it's just hanging there, because I don't want to mark it as complete until it is complete. Can't remember if it was brought up by any chance we'll see IRL hiking streams in the States. I'm not sure. I'm gonna say probably not, but there's a chance. There's a chance. It's just a matter of like, the main problem is that I'm worried because I have better data connectivity here in Oz than I do in the States. So since we had so much trouble with it when I was hiking with you guys here, I'm afraid that hiking in the States without like the $2,500 whatever streamer backpack or whatever that has like all of the different data centers in it will be even worse. So I'm not saying absolutely not, but probably no, unfortunately, even though I'd really like to. Yeah, no, but maybe one day, if I can save up for the fucking backpack thing, that'd be sick. I'd love to like go on just a camping trip or something. That'd be so cool. yeah, Lovely Lost. We did do a little hiking stream out here though, a couple of weeks ago. Throne? Oh man, we got a lot of stuff on Throne at the moment. I'm afraid of putting more things on there, to be honest.
Joker, just drive extra safe or something.
We're going to Japan once you get that? Hell yeah, absolutely.
Pitch black. Proceed with caution, Joker.
Absolutely, Morgana. Oh, it is really quite dark in here, isn't it? Oh, it's so dark. Jesus. I'm gonna get jump scared. You guys, I'm gonna get jump scared here. Oh, I can sense it. I can sense it.
That's a rare one. Don't let it escape.
I mean, is it rare? We've seen like 4 of them today. Crit? Damn it. Okay.
This is my other self.
That's a no-go.
Take this! Surprisingly tough.
Ah, there we go. Now we can nuke it.
Go down.
Go and get a travel agency to sponsor us. That would be amazing, wouldn't it?
Joker.
Do it.
Treasure demons have high spawn rates in the dark areas. Oh, that's cool. Okay, that's good to know, Doppel. Thank you. I hated these platforms. I would always leave the platform and come back just so I wouldn't have to deal with them.
Okay.
Yeah, this is...
That was easy.
I'm about to scream. I can already tell you that I'm like on the verge of... Oh, God. It's so dark, dude. I've even got like the gamma turned all the way up too. I'm literally pressing the button like a madman, just in case. Okay, well, we were here already. Sorry. I'll work on it. IRL streams would be a ton of fun. I would love to do IRL streams. God, it's so dark, it's so dark, it's so dark. Please don't eat me, whatever's in here with me. Nice, we got a sleep vial. Not that I'll probably ever use it, but it's always good to have. Oh, we got another one of them. Nice.
Hey, that's a rare one. Don't let it escape.
That's what you keep telling me. Oh, this one's probably actually resistant. Oh, no, this one critted. Okay, great, love that. He's so scary looking in that splash. So scary.
That enemy was really
I did send you a useful link. Oh, amazing, Strat. I'll need to check it after stream. Oh, I can't even tell what's happening in here, brah. Okay, there's shiny things up there, so I haven't been there, I think. So scared of something sneaking up behind me, you guys. Also, wait, how close are we to 3K followers? Because once we hit 3K followers, you guys get to pick a horror game for me to play for 6 hours and scream about. It's the eyebrows that do that. I think it is, yeah. Also, the eyes are really far apart, and I think it's like the really wide grin that doesn't help as well. We're at 2.8, so not too far. Woo-wee. I am expecting genuinely for one of these walls that have like the goo on them to scare me.
Don't let it escape. That should have done it.
Damn, that one's resistant.
Persona!
Die! Yeah, I'm genuinely expecting me to be going through the darkness and then I'll be like, ah! And it'll just be the wall. That would be very, very in my realm of possibility. You know, good one, Zaki. Yeah.
Joker.
Let's go.
I'll open up suggestions once we hit the 3K mark. Oh, bending the ink machine. Yeah. Todoroki. Hi, lovely. Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. I really appreciate it. I'll tell you the same thing that I would have told you if you'd followed while we were online. But thank you so much for follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you. Thank you. How are you doing?
All right.
That was so easy. I'm yawning.
Oh my God. I'm scared. I have been testing the post-stream moderation analytics, but for some reason it doesn't seem to show anything. That's very odd. Why wouldn't it show anything? Thank you for the care package. Voltex, appreciate it. Let's see if I can get any water out of here.
Hey, that's a rare one. Don't let it escape. Persona!
You're good? That's great to hear. Terrific, Todoroki. Very happy to hear that. Welcome, welcome. We are doing our very first playthrough of Persona 5, so we're avoiding spoilers like the plague, but it's good to have you, hun. Thank you for being here. Tomorrow we'll be doing some Final Fantasy XIV, if that's interesting to you. And on Tuesday we will be playing some Dispatch. Twitch added the new feature, but I guess it's not fully implemented. Oh, is it like a beta thing?
A
like you're kind of beta testing it? Oh, scary walls being scary. I forgot about how annoying Morgana is. Yup. He's pretty annoying, isn't he? I find him a bit irritating as well. Oh my God. The level that I am lost because I cannot see. Oh my God, it's so scary. Okay, you know what? Maybe, I wonder if we leave the floor and then come back. Could be. I'm not sure, but I will find out once stream's done. Yeah, sounds good. I think you're further than I ever got in this.
All right.
Really?
Let's take 5.
Okay, fair enough. Oh, you saw Todoroki in a different stream. Amazing. And welcome home, sweetest spider. Let's take 5.
Well, what are you gonna do, Joker?
Let's talk to everyone, actually.
What do you want to talk about?
Hey.
Hey, those shadows are taking the train down into the depths of Mementos, yeah? Wouldn't it make our lives easier if we just hopped on with them?
Even if we could, there's no knowing what would await us down there. At the very least, I'd assume there are powerful shadows in the depths. To put it frankly, it'd be suicide.
Then can't you just drive on those rails instead of out in Mementos like normal?
As ashamed as I am to say it, I can't run at that high a speed. And it'd be game over if we encountered another train along the way.
It sounds like it would be better to just explore by normal methods.
Man! And I thought I actually had a pretty good idea for once.
What are your thoughts? Is there anything else you want to discuss?
Let us be off.
Keep on going.
I'll just add this.
Will you be free after stream? I have a few questions. I won't strat because Sundays are my date night with Nath, so I won't be available after stream. I'm gonna be spending my weekly date night with him. Oh, buddy, hey, brah. All right, let's see. Okay, yay. Okay, good. We can fucking see this time. I'm really relieved. I pressed a button and didn't realize I pressed the button, and it scared me when I opened the menu. Cry! When would you like another one of those pizza cookies? Oh, anytime. God, so good. Oh, happy to shout out when you're so sweet. No, that's okay, sweetheart. That's okay. No worries. Nate has made some yummy dinner tonight, so I'm excited for it. I'll send you stuff. You apply when you get time. Absolutely, sweetheart. Absolutely. He's just vibing. Ah, I'm so happy to hear it. Please do just vibe. Enjoy.
Sona. Go down.
Joker took one out. All right. Persona! Take this! Nice job, Panther! We all took them all.
Dark floors do come with a reward, either rarer monsters worth more XP or money, or outright more treasure sometimes.
Okay.
Well, I thought that I explored the entirety of it, but I guess I didn't. Must have been some part that I missed. Ain't got much else to do as I wait on Red. Wait, Red? As in my Red? As in Red Tempestus? Sorry, Red, you're my Red now.
That one is no joke.
Did I miss something? I'm not sure. Who'd you cut in dispatch? I don't want to say right now because I don't want any spoilers for anybody. So, on the day, we will go over it.
On to the next trial.
Victory!
Okay.
That was so easy.
No spoily. Oh, you're trying to verify in the Discord. Oh, got it. Did you put the, oh, just got that. That's okay, hon. You're all good. I was like, oh my god, is this like your sister? I thought this might have been your sister, Red. Do we recap? Do we have a recap feature for Dispatch? Not really. No, I think that like each episode recaps what happened before, but I don't think that there's any like optional recap thing like what we got on this.
This is my other self.
Spoilers only belong on the back of sports cars. That's right.
I
have told my sister about you on occasion, but she doesn't know your name. Oh, fair enough, Fred. Invite her in.
Okay.
Let her experience the warmth of the pouch.
They were nothing.
We'll make it a family affair.
Oh my god.
Whoa! What is that? What is you've done? You've done what? What is this? Storm! Thank you so much for funding Mr. Bear's new country! I'm gonna tell Nate he's gonna be so excited! Oh, that's so sweet! Thank you! Thank you so much, Storm! Oh my gosh! Holy crap, that is so generous! Thank you so much! Christmas present. Thank you. That's so sweet of you, Storm. Thank you, lovely. Oh my goodness. Yay. I'm going to tell Mr. Bear and he's going to be like, I love the name Storm now. I don't know why he sounds like that in my head. That's amazing. Thank you. Thank you, 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 thank you. Thank you so much.
What a grouch. Just be the better man and act the opposite.
Thank you so much, sweetest Storm. I really appreciate that. That is so kind of you. Thank you, lovely. Oh my goodness. I wonder if, hold on, let me see if Nate has his headphones on. Hold on. Nate? Mi amor? He's got his headphones on. I'm gonna have to tell him. I'm gonna tell him as soon as we're done. But thank you so much, Storm. I really appreciate it. My date's Kitty loves his cat tree so much and bonds over me from it. So figured Bear deserves happy too. Oh, that's so sweet of you. Thank you so much, Storm. Thank you. That's so kind of you. I'm so excited. I'll need to take a picture of Mr. Bear on it when we get it. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, that is so sweet. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, sweet Storm. Okay. Heavenly Punisher. You have already committed a grave sin. Do you know what I speak of? I've done nothing wrong. Boldly stated, human. That artless behavior makes a favorable impression. Your thoughts. Now, allow me to ask this plainly. Can you sacrifice yourself in order to demonstrate your veneration of our father? No can do. If you feel the grandeur of our father, surely you too shall be saved. I can resonate with that. This time spent has awakened me to the truth. I am thou. Thou art I. I am not a shadow of this place. I have resided within the sea of the human soul since ancient times. My name is Archangel. That is your name as well. Do not forget this. Scary. Yay, finally we got that guy. I know, my stock is full. You can replace Quapple.
That's a new one, isn't it?
Trying to learn Pinion. I have so much trouble with some of the tomes.
All right, open up door.
Oh! We're at the platform.
Oh wait, what? We got this one already? What? Okay, hold on a second. That's up. This is down. I guess we're still going down. Nope, psych. We're going down. Thank you so much, sweet Storm. Oh, Bear's gonna be so happy.
Hey, this next area has a different feel to it somehow. What is this? No, we should focus on what's in front of us for now. I feel the presence of the target ahead. Let's search the whole area.
Let's. My food is now scheduled to arrive at 6:30, about 2 hours after I ordered. Sweetest side, I'm so sorry. That fucking sucks. That's not fair. I hope you have some snacks or something in the meantime. If you've been to a floor already, the downstairs will have the stamp taken, assuming you took it. All other stamp spawns are randomized. Oh, that's interesting. Did not realize that. Okay. Thank you, Red. Did not know that. Huggies? Huggies for you, Zaki. Huggies for you. We're gonna switch this.
You're mine.
Keep up the pace. That's 2 enemies down for Joker.
What would be so sad is if I did that whole big and then it's like miss. Miss.
That was so easy, I'm yawning.
Everyone's so cocky, and we're gonna get in trouble for it, I bet you. What's over here? Yuckies. Yucky! Would have been faster to order it in person, but I don't have my license. That's fair, Slifer.
No joke. Be careful.
Alrighty. Oh! Yikes. Got him. We got a soul drop from that too, which is great.
Nice work.
Gotta go. All good, Zachy. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Careful, Morgana. Don't want the cockiness to backfire. That is true. Oh, speaking of. Oh, there's more. Hold on.
There's a shadow.
Victory is ours.
Nice and easy, boy.
All right.
Wow.
That was a little too.
What is going on over there? Oh, it's just a testicle. It's just a testicle.
Now's our chance to strike. Go! Ha!
Finish it.
I am thou.
Freeze, bitch.
All enemies defeated.
Well,
Oh, I didn't even do that.
Good for me,
Oh, well.
Joker.
All of them look so cool. They sure do. Everyone looks badass in this game. Really sick design choices.
Oh!
Prosetsu, I don't know what that is. We'll find out. I'm sure it'll be useful.
Now's our chance to strike. Go!
Couldn't finish it.
Persona. Persona.
Watch out! We all did great, huh? Yeah!
Yeah, you all did great, huh? Oh, you got a burger and fries. Yeah, that doesn't sound like it should take that long. I hope that it's nice and hot when it gets to you at the very least. I feel like that's only fair.
The first move is ours!
Oh, nice.
Stylish.
Okay.
What is
Easier than
the
cleaning my brushes.
aesthetic of this game called? What would you call it? Is that everything on this level? No, there's one more spot there, but I think that's gonna go down, so... Actually, that's fine. I would like to grab that. Because if we haven't been down here before, then that means that there will be a stamp.
That one is no joke. Be careful.
The cockiness is at maximum right now. I'm very worried. That is a fair concern. More of a comic style, at least the UI. Yeah, definitely. Very, very comic-y.
Well, on to the next trial.
Yeah! Victory!
Okay.
You make it a rule to not get fast food or takeout on weekends. I don't make that rule, but I try to be relatively good to my body all the time. So I don't really have a rule for no takeout anytime, but I rarely get takeout, if that makes sense. So that means that even if I get it on a weekend or a weekday, since I don't have it very often, then it's probably fine.
Sorry.
Fox, your health is
I'm
low.
at my limit.
Watch out!
Oh, his health is low. I've been killing him by accident. Whoopsie! Wow, he could have died. Whoopsie. Whoopsie, whoopsie, whoopsie. Okay. What is, this was it. Oh, we got freezing time for all allies. Thank you, Storm, for shenanigans. Manga aesthetic, yeah. It also has graffiti influence. Yes, for sure, agreed. Okay, I need to heal his ass.
Let's go. Go down.
Joker took one out.
I try to be healthy with my drink selection. This week has been cranberry and apple juice mixed together. That sounds tasty, hun.
No.
Go ahead. I've got it. Let's go. I lend it.
Wow, it sure will. Holy shit.
Nice, it exploded.
Nice.
Let's go. Yeah!
I only have that because up here at least, anywhere is below par in quality. Any other day is brilliant. Interesting. Okay. Noted. I typically avoid it, but I'm having low energy day and I'm not able to make myself something, so takeout it is. Yeah, 100%. And that's usually the times that I'll get takeout as well. I'll just be like, I cannot be fucked right now to make myself food. That is exactly what it's for. I hope that it's nice and pleasing. Honestly, there are some things that only takeout can make you feel good about. It's like, I don't know about anyone else who has like periods in the chat, but I refuse to cook on the first day. I'm so tired and like in pain. So I almost always get the weirdest takeout stuff then. Like I got a salad and then like a kilo of chips. Most recently. Yummy! Great! Delicious! Thank you for the care package, Sweet Spider. I have no more water, no. Oh, we got a blah, blah, blah guy. This guy. Fire! Fabulous fire.
Thank you for the fabulous fire.
With beauty and grace.
Thank you, lovely.
This is my other self. Surprisingly tough.
Finish you. Finish it.
Sorry, I'm totally not paying attention. Cranberry juice is just way too tart for my buds. So the apple juice is to curb that tartness without adding sugar. Yeah, that is a method for sure.
I'm not done.
Alphos, let me see.
Rabbit snap.
Oh, nice.
Take this.
Let's go.
Persona.
There we go.
Lots of treasure.
You order takeout because you're tired. I order takeout because I want to imagine the sheer carnage the animal went through. What? Saturn, that's so dark. Holy shit.
They were nothing.
Why? Okay, we better go find the... Here, let's jump on over here. Some things are best ordered home. True that.
I can sense the target up ahead. Do you want to head in?
Let's go. Is this cat lady? That's it.
There! That's Ryoko Aino! Let's change her heart for the sake of all the cats in Yungen!
Hey!
Ryoko Aino! You're gonna let all the cats in Yungen go!
No! Without me, Snowball and all the other kitties won't be happy and safe! Other kitties? Hey! What are you talking about? Snowball? Come here, kitty! You've gotta come over here too!
Oh! Whoa, we haven't seen her before. Okay, literally a cat lady. Okay, fair enough. What sweets have you been having lately? Mostly Nate's birthday cake.
I'll be the one to protect the Snowballs. I won't let anyone stand in my way.
Persona!
Nukes!
There.
Okay, didn't do much. I know once you're done with the Kit Kats, which were the ones you like most? Oh, I like them all. The red bean one was super satisfying though, and I really like my matcha ones that are left over. They were all really good, to be honest. I can't really pick. But I think I particularly like the red bean was really good.
No! Please, stop it! If I'm gone, there won't be anyone protecting the Snowballs! Joker, it seems like there's something going on with this one. Maybe we should try talking to them. Okay, here's what we know about her. She's calling the cats she catnapped Snowballs. The catnapped cats are stressed out. And lastly, the pet owners are giving up.
By choosing the correct answers, you will be able to change the target's heart. Use the information you have obtained to change their heart.
What do you want? All I want to do is protect the Snowballs. I have to protect them. I just have to protect them.
Calm down is always a good answer, right?
I am calm. Of course I'm calm. I need to stay calm for the Snowballs. Man, what does she mean by Snowballs? That's so weird. Are all cats Snowballs? Snowballs are Snowballs.
Are there a lot of Snowballs?
That's right. They're all Snowballs. I have to protect them. As long as I protect them, the Snowballs will be happy.
The cats are stressed out.
Well, that's... But if I don't keep an eye out for the snowballs, they'll die too! They'll die too? So the real Snowball is already gone?
This is what I thought probably happened. I think she got like a mental break from losing her precious cat, Snowball, and now she's catnapping all of them. Todoroki. PTSD cat lady, right?
Okay, I think we've got this. She's calm enough for us to talk to her now. Go for it, Joker!
Snowball is gone.
You're right!
That's what it took? Okay, well, that was easy enough. Let's go us.
All right, level up.
I love his voice so much.
Because I found this white kitten and took it home, but it was wandering outside while I wasn't looking, and then I saw it get run over by a car. The car just kept driving even after it ran over the kitten. Since then, I see that kitten in every cat. I always think I have to protect it this time. It's brought you a lot of suffering, huh? No, the people who really suffered are the owners and their cats. It's all right. You realized your mistake. Just don't do something like this again. Yes, thank you, Mr. Kitty. I have a lot of cat food at my place, so please come over sometime. No, I am not a cat! But that sounds nice. Thanks. Thank you.
Cat brooch! What a claw! Ah! Yay! We got both of our memento quests done today.
Well then, that takes care of that. What should we do now? Want to keep exploring? There are no more targets in this area. What's our next move, Joker?
Let's go back to the entrance. Actually, how many? Oh, I have 67. Hold on. Can I port to? Fuck. We gotta finish up, but
Well then.
Man. Change card details. Start partway in. It doesn't tell me where Jose is, does it? It's unfortunate. I wonder. I need to spend these flowers. I wonder if I'll be able to find him in time. RNG is a bitch sometimes. This is very true. Of course, can I literally just come in and out of the areas, and then it will just let me, like, if I do this like 5 times, is there a chance of us actually seeing Jose? Only one way to find out! That's it! You got it. That's how most people farm in games? Yeah, but I'm not sure if it like resets on like an overarching level or not. Oh, that's a scary boy. That's a scary boy. Welcome back, Nix. Hold on, I gotta... I'm just parking my ass right next to him. Okay. Let's go down a little bit further.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi there, terrific Todoroki. Ah! Bad guy. Almost ran into the bad guy. Dude, if I could just find Jose, that would be really great. Ah! Jesus.
We've reached the platform.
Oh my god, please. Stop lagging, game. God. Oh. Oh, ba-da. Ah!
Joker,
Ah!
there's a treasure chest. We can get more money.
just love his delivery on that line. We can get more money. I like money. Maybe this way? Oh, fuck, where is this kid? Going deeper isn't a good idea. We're still like, we're only going through levels that we've been in before is all. I thought it was possible to see the location of an NPC on the map, not for this location. No, this guy's RNG based. Bro was Mr. Krabs in a past life.
All right.
Actually, you know what? Maybe this is a good spot to, because we can save here. Yeah, we can just save here.
I'll just add this.
Alrighty. Okay, you guys. Kissy totally broke. He needs that money for art supplies and lobsters. Thank you for the save, awesome Ozzy. Thank you very much. Okay, sorry, this is the third time I'm doing this. I'm just watching it. I'm actually focused on it now. Okay, great. Awesome. All right, sweethearts. Let's finish up here. Give me just a second as we exit. You guys, as usual, your weekly stream schedule will be up on the Discord in your local time zone, or not in your local time zone on Twitter, YouTube, and Blue Sky within the next 5 or 6 hours. And I will tell you that our next stream will be tomorrow, less than 24 hours from now, which is very exciting. And we will be playing some Final Fantasy 14. Good stuff. Sorry, my hand's doing weird shit because I'm holding my controller. I had fun. Thanks for the stream. Lovely Lost. I'm so happy to hear that. It's been such a pleasure to have you in here, darling. Thank you so much for being here. Give me just a sec, you guys. I'm just gonna go see who we might go and check out over on the Twitcheroonies. Oh, dearest Day, thank you so much for spending so much time with us today, sweetheart. And thank you once again ever so much to our amazing... Let me see if I am a basic bitch or not. I did it. Yeah! Thank you so much, Doppel and Small Bean Day! I really appreciate you guys. Thank you for bringing your gorgeous communities in. Give me just a moment, please. I'm definitely not gonna rate us into any Persona people because I don't want spoilers, or to spoil them either. Maybe we will go see... Bye-bye! Oh, someone's playing Peak. That might be fun. Sweetest Saint Michael! Am I saying Michael correctly? Sweetheart, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thanks for being here. All right, you guys, I think we're gonna go see Booby Queen, who is having a blast over in Peak. You guys, like I said, as always, it has been nothing but a pleasure. If you guys are going to sleep, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you are off to do something else, I truly do hope it is the best ever. Bye-bye. Please take the best care of yourselves because you know that I would take the best care of you. Check out our amazing raiders in the form of the absolutely spectacular dearest Doppelganger EXP and the fabulous Small Bean Guy, who is still here as well. And I'll miss you terribly, but I'll see you tomorrow. Ciao for now, cutie pie. Bye.